Good evening. Doing things out of order a little bit here. I am getting my music up now. I really want to play real music. Really want to play some real music, but for now, we won't. I kind of left everything open here. So what we are going to work on today, or this evening, at least for a little bit in the morning, this is going to be kind of like a brainstorming session. I have a new idea for how this magic system should work that can maybe make it feel a little better, a little more in-depth, I think. Kind of decouple it from like the whole like everything exists in your person kind of magic, right? Like you memorize the spell, you know it forever, right? And it's static in your mind, you know, that you open up a spellbook item for. So what we are going to do is we're going to try and flow chart it a little bit. Little flow chart action. So new magic system is what I'm going to refer to this as. Now, I don't have actual flowchart software, but I was thinking about it like when the stream was starting up. I'm like, maybe maybe I should get some kind of flow charting thing, but I think this is going to be enough. I can make some key points here. I wish I had Visio installed on this computer, because I'd be able to make a Visio document of what I'm considering, but I think this will do here. So the first thing's going to be a new block. This will be maybe a lectern. That name is definitely work in progress, right? Like I'll come up with some mystical name for it. Let me pull up my notes here. Yeah, and these are all like revamps ideas, right? So you'll have a new block. This block registers with you. Soulbound. This block will allow you to add and remove spells from your knowledge base. Right, so we have a basic thing here. The next thing is going to be a new item. And they're going to be like spell name. We'll call them tomes. And I'll put a question mark there. So this is the physical form of a spell. Can be destroyed, traded, or modified. Would be placeable for RP like a mage library. Right? And then I'll have another thing here. Instead of the magic circle, I could have a new block. This new block could either be a scribe table or magic prism. This uses a spell tome to... So this uses a spell tome to Create spell scrolls. Yeah, this feels kind of good doing that. I think I thought of a mini game to play when you're doing that, but that's kind of getting ahead. So the idea is, the way it sits right now, you memorize, you discover a spell, right? And when you discover a spell, I just save it to your character. Then what you could do is open up a spell book that's bound to you to see your spells. Really, the spell binding is just kind of like an illusionary thing. Like, you could pick up an unspellbound book and you'd be able to see all of your spells anyways. But, you know, with the current system, right, you can kind of pick and choose which ones you want to memorize throughout your whole knowledge base. I'm going to put this down. There we go. So spells could be destroyed when player dies, leaving reagents. There we go. Right, so that's the current system, right? And then you use the staff to, like, open up that menu to pick and choose between your memorized spells. I think... Yeah, hey, Oats! Yeah, streaming again. Streaming again. I was sitting here thinking about it, and I'm like, you know what? I'm still bubbling in my head, right? Like, our conversation and thinking about how cool it would be. Because I don't think I've really seen, like, a magic system in a game like this. Or at least I've never played with one. And it sounds like it could be really, really fun. Really fun to do. And it would solve the big problem that I feel I have with my mod, and that's longevity. Right? Like, you learn a spell now, and you just learn it forever. Eventually, the Oculus has a very short shelf life. Very, very, very short. This would solve a problem, make things a little more disposable, you know? I could get rid of all of the tiers, you know, like the mana stone that does this and that, you know, and this is the tier 2 mana stone, and I could declutter all of that, and I can turn it into, like, a probability-based thing to where, like, you know, maybe there's a 5% chance that you get a tier 4 spell. You may not be able to use it or anything because your tier, you know, you won't have the perception to use it, but you could still unlock one of those tomes or books or whatever I call these things, right? But, right, you have some kind of like lecture. So I think the first thing to really see if any of this is going to feel good is I should convert spells. After you know, this makes sense, right? I can start converting spells into tomes. Oh, wait, I doubled up. Yeah, that's fine. I get what you mean times 2. That means I really get what you mean. Right? So the lectern would register to you. So it would be like a soulbound block, so only you could register to it. You can only register to one. Can only register to one at a time. If broken, drops all books in it. Maybe has limited space. Because I was thinking about this. So how does this sound, Oats? You put this lectern down, right? And it's bound to you. But maybe it only has like maybe 10 to 20 slots, right? Like in that tiny block itself that you can register. And then for all of your extra overflow spell books, you could literally use bookcases and then store and categorize all of the extra either duplicate books, or if I create a system where you can like modify some things, like maybe I make a rarity system and make it to where, wow, I got the Spirit of Wolf spell, but this one, you know, it has really good run speed, and it has like really good duration, you know, and maybe a limited, you know what I mean? Like I can treat this like the Minecraft kind of horse stats, right? Like you got some horses that are just really fast, some that can jump high. I can randomize characteristics of these and maybe include that in the whole researching thing. So you could be like, you know what, I'm a tier 4 mage and it magnifies against that, but you know what? This has like a 10-minute duration at a tier 4 because this particular book is like a rare version of whatever that book. I still like the idea of books being on display. Yeah, and that's what I'm thinking, because you don't necessarily need to encompass every single book. Maybe as you gain like points, or not points, but magic tiers, your ability, your lectern, right, increases in its capacity, giving you more spaces to have more memorizable spells. You know, or at least it has a bigger storage to where if you meditate, you know, you could pick and choose remotely, you know, based on that. And again, right, it's like checking out a book in the library. If I end up pulling things out of my lectern to, you know, to like carry with me, like I memorize these spells. Now I could maybe put like protections in place to where like, yeah, you know, like these spells, you have like presence of mind or something, right? Where maybe after the first death in so long, you won't lose a spell, but maybe it could start taking duration if you're just rushing in and dying a bunch of times, you know? Could you increase learned/stored spell capacity, but make higher tier spells cost more capacity? I could, yeah, you know, that's a good point, Hexadin. I could do a whole socketing system. Maybe you get like 20 points, you know, just to throw out a number. But, you know, you could socket maybe a tier 1 spell, you know, could cost anywhere between 1 to 3, depending on how good it seems to be. You know, a tier 2 spell could be, you know, 3 to 6 and so on. So you could choose a bunch of maybe high-end spells, but you would have a limited amount of slots for them, you know, or if you want a bunch of low tier, you know, then you would obviously get more, but it would be like a points-based system. That would be kind of cool, huh? Lectern lectern could have a total points pool. I.e., I don't know why I was doing that. Tier 1 spell socketing equals 1 to 3 points per. Tier 4 socketing cost could equal like maybe 7 to 10. Max pool would increase with magic tier. Magic tier and lectern level, right? So like a combination of things could get you more points to socket those. That would be kind of cool. I do like the ability, though. I want these spells to be like physical books that, you know, you can maybe trade to someone else. Maybe I could make a deconstruction spell. I was thinking about that, like transmutation, right? Like, so I've been thinking about, you know, some like past animes, and I started to watch Full Metal Alchemist Brotherhood again. And, you know, and it's like, oh yeah, you know, deconstructing and reconstructing, right? You know, transmutation's kind of like that. You know, so what if I make something that's like transmutation and then something else maybe called like destruction, or I don't know, you know, decomposition, or I don't know, something like that, right? A build up, or maybe I could change it to where like there would be three innate spells, right? One could be like a build up, you know, like creation or something. One could be transmutation that would turn something into something else, and the other one could be deconstruction. But, you know, again, right, I'm rethinking you know, my original plan, because like I'm getting to the point where I can start adding to it, and I'm like, you know, it was a good idea, but I'm hitting a wall, you know? Hitting a wall. Could you increase to learn harvest and use the harvest power? Yeah, so like harvest. Yeah, I mean, whatever the name is, right? But I'd have to nail down the mechanics of it. I like the idea of transmutation being like a jack of all trades, but I think it would be cool to, I don't know. You know, like transmutation, I think may have been the wrong way to build the basic mod. You know, like really there should have been two versions of it, right? Like I should have had one version where it could do the transmutation change without being called I don't know, maybe transmutation's a good name for it. But you know, I think I want another version where it's like a deconstruction. And I was thinking of having that particular spell used as kind of like a digging, you know, not digging, but maybe a block harvesting kind of spell. Transmutate is a good baseline spell. Yeah. But I think the first step here, I know what I want to see, and it starts off with this. New item, the tomes, or I don't know, should I call them grimoires? Should I call them tomes? Should I call them, you know, not spellbooks? I would like to reserve the name spellbook for a tool people could use to cast spells. Can you animate? Yeah, you probably can, right? Because the bow has like animations. I would want a spellbook in two states. One where it's open if you're going to cast, and then the other one where it's closed if you're not. Grimoire sounds darker. It does, yeah. It does have that kind of sound to it. You could have different ones. You could have specializations. Yeah, see, this new way of thinking's opening up a new way of thinking, and I really like the idea of, like, you know, you're researching, and you may get another rust orb, right? Just to throw a name of a spell out there. And maybe that rust orb, you know, maybe it wasn't so good, right? Like, it just, you know, some RNG bad luck. And, you know, like the duration's low, but, you know, the attack is a little higher, but, you know, the mana cost is higher too. So it's like, okay, that's a book that I could like deconstruct, right? That's something that I could take back apart, maybe get some magic essence from it to use in another part of a mod. But then you stumble upon that rust orb that has really high attack power, has quick cast time, you know, and it all around just a really potent spell. And then you can socket that in your lectern to use as your rust orb spell. You know, but you can have like the bookcases, and you can put your bookcases down, and all your books that you want to store, you could put right into the bookcase, right? And I want to put the icons of the spell on the spine and on the cover, so you could look and see, like, yeah, that's Rust Orb, that's that, these are my buffs, that's that, right? You know, there's going to be color codes I want to put on for the type of spell. You know, if it's a conjuration spell, it's going to have a certain color and theme to it. You know, if it's going to be whatever, yeah. You're getting way advanced. This sounds like Path of Exile skills. Oh, really? I haven't really played Path of Exiles. But I think a system like that would go really well with a game like Vintage Story. You know, because, I mean, a game like Vintage Story, it's like a game like Minecraft. Really, you're judged, and your progress is based on the materials, the items that you've harvested, not necessarily skills that you have learned that just become part of your character forever. You know? And then I think with the elemental system, this could be even better. So for tonight, because it looks like people haven't complained about any issues, which is good. Let me just double check here. Yep. So this person here, it looks like they're using an old version, so I just told them to update to the new. Trug has been like on point. They helped me quite a bit finding some of these like obscure things, like So apparently, I didn't even realize this because I've changed systems so much that mana stones, greater mana stones, I used to have it to where you could just cast transmutation on an altar to upgrade it, but then I moved to a new system. I never accounted for like how you even get the greater mana stones to be able to transmute to get greater mana stones. Like it didn't even occur to me. It says, thank you very much for wonderful mod. I've been waiting for a magic mod on my own. I would add that I would very much like meditation be included separately, and you could just sit with friends at the dinner table. Yeah, well, you could sit with friends at the dinner table. You just have to like hold some other item, even if it's a fork, right? Some kind of item. And if you're full on mana, then you don't have any negative effects from meditation. So, you know, but that's why I designed it the way I did. Trust me, I've been getting people complaining the other way, where it's like, I sat there and I tried to meditate, and it took 5 minutes for me to realize I was holding onto my pick. And I'm like, well, why did it take like 5 minutes? You didn't realize after 10 seconds it was weird, there were no particles, and you just like, I'll keep sitting here, you know? I'm just gonna keep going, and something's gonna eventually happen. Okay, so for this, let's focus on creating the tomes. And I think what I want to do is use my my current spellbook as a baseline. Hey, we're back in this world! Because I like the way this looks. I just have to make this... I gotta look at the book. So let's look at the in-game book. I think it's gonna be lore, right? Yeah, book. Editable by type. That is a no. Bookcase. So I think copying this would be a great start. So we're going to shut down the game. So Hexadin, this Path of Exile stuff, is it fun? Like, I haven't played it, so I have no idea. But is it fun? So what do I want to call these? A grimoire, a tome, a tablet, a scroll? You know what I mean? Like, how should these be represented? Let's see if ChatGPT... Don't play Path of Exiles, you won't be able to stop. Oh boy. Grimoire? Alright, we got 1 vote for Grimoire. Grimoire. Yeah, PoE is what Diablo 3 was trying to be. Oh! Yeah. I kinda heard that. Like, I saw Diablo 3, a couple of my friends went to play it, and I took one look at it, and I'm like, guys, like, there's so much depth in this that I could stand in a puddle of it and not get my feet wet. This does not look like long-term fun at all. I think I'd rather play, like, Diablo 2. And my friend's like, oh, you don't know what you're talking about. Within, like, 2 weeks, they were done with the game. They're like, oh, well, you know, you can't do things in the auction house, and, you know, can't get past this one part. And I'm like, whatever, right? But I haven't really... You know, I think I've played Path of Exile, but I didn't really, like, play it. I got in, and I think I made, like, some thief that, like, shot things... Like, did some kind of, like, AoE frontal cone thing. And I ended up I stopped playing. I didn't get, like, deep in it at all. I was in, like, whatever the first spell, or first, you know, questy kind of area. I remember, I think there were, like, crabs or something. There was some, like, water. Maybe I was gonna go to, like, a pirate ship. I don't know. PoE went the other way after centuries of patches. They got dozens of systems to understand. See, that sounds like fun. I think at the time I wasn't ready to hop into like a top-down kind of isometric thing. And I saw there were like socket systems, and I think some of them were better with like whatever equipment. I don't know. I'd be guessing, but I was thinking more in terms of like, you know, Minecraft horses. You get all these random looking horses, but there's that one horse that you tame that has like best speed, best stamina, right? Super high jump. So I'm like, why can't I do that with spells? And maybe as you're creating spells, you can do things that can help get a higher version of your spell. So we got 1 vote for Grimoire. Is that what we're gonna go with? Tome, Grimoire, Scroll, Tablet. There's really not a lot of words to choose from, huh? I do kind of like Grimoire. It feels warlocky to me, but I feel like the whole theme of this is kind of warlock. Let's go with Spell Grimoire. Or instead of Spell Grimoire, maybe it should just be Grimoire. Or should a Grimoire be the book form of the staff, where you can cast spells with it? What do you think? Should I reserve that name for like the name of like a tool that you're going to use for spell casting? Because I would like to have a wand, a staff, and some kind of spell book. It could either be called a spell book or it could be called a grimoire. You could rename the lectern to Sanctum. I could. Let me pull that back up. Boop. Sanctum. I'll put it like that. Sanctum. Because lectern isn't, it's not going to be called a lectern. It's just I wanted to put some kind of name with it. So it's you know, that's the thing. Should grimoire be? So what should the name of the book that you hold to do spell casting with? You know, what should that be called versus spellbook is better to cast the spell and knowledge being contained within the grimoire. All right, my man. I'm naming it grimoire now. Grimoire, right? That's how you spell it, right? I'm gonna look it up now because I know myself. Yeah, grimoire, a general name given to a variety of text settings out the names of demons and instructions on how to raise them. I thought that's what a grimoire technically was. So it's like a black magic book. But I like this. I like it being a grimoire. Whoops. So this is going to be called a grimoire. So item spell icon. Let's see what this is actually doing, because I may have to merge book and this logic into something new. I have I've been excited to get back on to do this. Okay, so this really has nothing in it besides the basic description. And it looks like just the tooltip for mana cost. Yeah, so this has nothing. So let's take a look at item book, because I may have to change this. I don't think I want you to be able to open these. There's no way in hell I'm going to put lore, fluff text, and like a short story inside of every one of my spells. No freaking way. No way. I dreaded making the website and the guidebook. I think this would kill me if I were to try this. I have no opinion. All right, so grimoire it is. I do like grimoire. It does sound darker. Evil. I'm answering someone here. There we go. All right, so I gotta look up spellbook. I was looking at the tapestries. I think it would be cool to incorporate like a tapestry, like something being looked at. I don't think I can do this with books though. Even like a bookcase, like I don't think I'd be able to really subdivide things out easily. All right, mod size is already 3.8 M. Yeah, it's all those icons. It's every single spell. So let's look for item book. The good news is I'm going to be redoing assets I already have, so it's not going to be a big deal. It's not going to really balloon up with these changes. It would be a good way to increase the mod size from 10k to 100k. For what? Okay, mod size is already at 3.8. Yeah. 3.8 megabytes, I believe. Yeah, I think it is a chunky thing, but I mean, you know, a magic system's gonna have some heft to it. You want those particles and everything else to look nice. It's gonna increase the mod size. See, I want to preserve book shelvable. See, editable, maximum page count. A lot of this stuff I'm not going to use. But it may not be a bad idea to keep it in and just like disable it on the back end until I'm ready to use it. See, like writing tool is signed, all this stuff. Most of this I don't think I need. See, get item held info. I don't want that. Title. I honestly think I don't need any of this crap. So I'm going to try and create my own version of the spellbook here. You gotta have heft. That's how people directly judge these kind of mods, right? That magic mod's too thin. Needs more jelly in that donut. I won't play that until it's 10 megabytes. That way I know there's some content in there. I want all the shaders. I want the super high def textures. I want it all. All right, so let's go into Grimoire and let's start changing something. So instead of spell icon, I'm just going to pop in the generic here. For the states, I'm going to keep all of these together. We're not going to skip any variants. Utility transmute. So this was the old way I was going to try and do attributes. We are not going to do attributes this way. Max stack size will be 1. All right, so I think, honestly, I think this is, for the most part, pretty good. I'm just going to get rid of that whole section. I will get rid of, or I will put this in for now. Let's open up the spell book. I'm going to get some things out of the spell book. I think I should have another type of code here. I should do something like, oh, what am I doing? That was silly of me. That's what I wanted. right? But instead of color, let's call it something else. So instead of color, I could put like magic school. I think I could put magic school in. So I'll put school. I'm gonna cut this out. I'm gonna rearrange it. I think the way I want it to go through is I want it to be the school dash and then the type of spell that it is. For the magic school, I already have it in an enum, so I'm just gonna transcribe it here. Now the question is, can I just saw that little fruit fly. What are you living off of? Like, it's been, this must be like a grandpa fruit fly by now. This thing has lived the most glorious life eating I don't know what in here. You know what? It's draining my soul. That's what it's doing. I'm opening up one of my sodas. Should I? I have a Dr. Pepper. This is a strawberries and cream Dr. Pepper, or just a Sprite. Which one do I want? I kind of feel like punishing myself a little bit, so I'm going to go with the Dr. Pepper. Quite honestly, I don't care for Dr. Peppers too much. It's not my favorite go-to drink, but it's something that, like, I gotta start drinking. I'll take the Sprite, yeah. I'll have what he's having. I think there may be a way that I can use the enum in here. If you got kids or pets, there's food everywhere. Not in here, not in my game room. I don't know, are they slipping through the doors? I don't know. I don't know. All right, so I'm gonna try to... I'm gonna try something out here. We're gonna go to resource. I think a board, right? Plank. There we go. So plank loads from properties. So what is block wood? Oh, it's okay. I know what it's doing. All right, I'm not going to be able to do this. So this is what it was doing. I'm not going to worry about this. I'm just going to manually put it in. Okay. Got to start drinking. Did the doctor order it? What do you mean, drinking? Are you talking about like alcoholic drinks? I don't know what you mean by drinking. Has many things it could be. All right, let's look at enums, schools. So I'm definitely going to have alteration, conjuration, enchantment, and invocation. Oh, did the doctor order it? Oh my god! Oh my god! Really? How could you? All right, spell icon. That's not what I want. Grimoires. Here we go. School. So we will have invocation, alteration, conjuration, and enchantment. Those are going to be the only schools as of right now. I'm going to move this over. Wait, did you expect non-smartassery from me? Hey, you know what? It's a little late. It's a little late for old Vice. But yes. Yes. I suppose I was expecting that. I was maybe hoping for that. Didn't get that. Did you expect me at this time of night to be paying attention and firing on all 4 cylinders? Notice it's 4 cylinders. All right, let's go to what, lore book. All right, so I think I'm gonna have to do the ground storable properties. We are definitely gonna want these to be bookshelvable, display caseable. So I'm going to paste all of those in. We are going to pair this up by grimoire. I'm not going to kill everyone's book, guidebook. So you're welcome, everyone. Editable by type. That's going to be a big negative. Readable is going to be negative as well. Ground storage transform. See, I got the on-shelf transform. I think I want to paste that in there. Aw, man, it did it all weird. Okay, it's pasting in really stupidly. I'm not gonna have it. For the shape, I have way too many things open over here. I'm gonna start closing some windows out. Like, I don't need that open. I need 3 monitors when I live stream. Okay, shape by type. Right, so we're gonna have the shape in there. So I will pull up from my spell book. I'm gonna do the textures by type. I'm gonna paste that in. I'm not gonna have anything like tool tier. I mean, I could technically put on a tool tier, and then I could rename it spell tier. You said you gotta start drinking Dr. Pepper? Yeah. Trust me, Hexadin, this is punishment enough. Thought you had 3, smug voice. I didn't know I was watching an inferior streamer. You know what? I do the best I can. Maybe I should get that Patreon up. Have my community help me. Guys, I need a 3rd monitor. By the way, it's got to be this really cool, super awesome 3D mega monitor. But guys, my old eyes can't see the way they used to. Oh, God. All right. What color should I make these books? All right, so we gotta make some decisions now. I'm thinking that the color of the leather of the book should be based on the school, and then how good the book is, like the rarity of the book, that should be the binding on the outside. So it could be a combination of those 2 things. I'm thinking. That's what I'm thinking. So for now, I'm just gonna put like plain. I'll put plain, cover, plain. You know what? I may actually just use the old book. And then modify the spine. I don't think my spellbooks are going to work. You know what? Screw it. Let's just give it a try. Let's save everything. Let's see what the grimoire even looks like right now. But let's see how many grimoires we get. There's going to be a lot of jackassery going on. But this is going to be a good first step, you know, because if the book feels good putting it in there, and I can get like a nice icon on there and it feels like a magic tome, I mean, that's just gonna sell it there. And so that's what we got, right? This would be our tome, our spell. This would technically be the Temperance alteration spell. So I like that, right? Item Grimoire, and then alteration, and then the name of the spell, Temperance. I think that's going to be pretty good. Honestly, I am a little surprised that the shape by type... Oh... I needed to put a static, like, tier 1 in here. See, this is the crappy part. I used to be able to just reload. I bet you it's not going to reload. Yeah, see, it doesn't exactly reload. We're going to save and quit. I'm going to shut it down. We're going to rebuild. I just want to see the shape, and I want to see what it's going to look like putting it in a bookcase. I'm pretty sure I'm going to have to get rid of that thick binding and that whole spellbook look and go with a more plain that's going to fit in a bookcase without a bunch of Z fighting. That way it's pleasing to look at these books. Alright, so at least we have this. Time, set, day. So it's not sized well, but there's our little spell book. Let's get a bookcase. We'll get a couple versions here. Right? So this is kind of what we got. Boop, boop, boop. Get rid of some of this damn grass. So what does this even look like? Looks like crap. What about in here? Also looks like crap. Kind of would like the idea of let's pull up books. So for like some visuals here. So it would be cool to like see have like different books that you could put in. I could keep I think a book like this would be great for like a spellcasting tool. It looks impressive. It's got that sign, right? You know? And then maybe I can have it to where like the book opens up when you start casting a spell. So it looks like you're reading the pages as you're, you know, doing your animations. And then the grimoires could be more of this basic book. And then what I could do is I could have maybe a certain texture on the book, like a texture binding. You know, that could be a certain color. Or maybe again, it could just be the book itself. I could pick a color for each type of magic school. And then on the spine, I could have like some kind of runes or something that glows. And then maybe actually right where this is, it could be like an image of the spell icon itself. So you'd be able to look at it and you'd see like the Rust Orb icon. And you'd be like, yeah, that's the Rust Orb spell, or that's that, you know? And then I could have something like a texture kind of binding, kind of like where that gold is, and put something on the bottom that kind of like binds like that, nice and close. And then that color could be like rarity, right? Kind of like the Mana Stone colors. So like white would be common, green would be maybe better than average in some aspects, right? And then you would get like purple. So if you see your icon there and it's with purple bindings, right? And it's like, yeah, okay, that's the Rust Orb spell. That's the good epic one. You know, and I could just check that book out. And then I could put that in my lectern or whatever and kind of learn it and have it become part of my stuff. And then the books that I don't want, you know, it's like, okay, I'll put right there. So how does this work? Do you like put a book on top of each other? What do you do with all this space up top? I don't understand the empty space here on the top. Because you can't stack anything else on top of there. Right? I don't see anything. This seems like it's the best bookshelf. Am I missing something with these bookshelves like this one? I mean, are they all like the same? No, they're not all the same. You just look at the space. All the space for activities. All right. I'm going to get rid of that spell book. We're going to make some magic happen. I'm going to need to look at the small spell books next. It's for claustrophobic books. 4 books. This book was just too scared. I had to let it roam free like natural books in the wild. Be free. All right, let's go to shapes. Items. What are we doing? Oh, it would be block. This is technically a block. It would be clutter. Bookshelves. Small, normal. Hey, there's a lecture. Small, normal. So this is going to be the book that I want. Let's close that out. Let's open up. VS Model Creator. Copy. File. Open. Paste. I want the small book. Small, normal. Open. So that is the standard book. Let's see if we can't make this better. True Hex, they need room to grow. If they ever want to grow up to be real grimoires, they need the space. New rare mob type, wild book. Can learn spells if you manage to kill it. How about you can learn the spell if you manage to tame it? You have to tame that book. If you kill it, you just get scraps, reagents to use in other things. They could be elemental books flapping around. All right, so we got a front cover, we got a back cover. This is pretty basic, which I'm happy about. All right, that doesn't look that bad. I'm going to modify this a little bit. We're going to create a new block. I'm going to make this a 0 block. And this is going to be called Origin. And we are going to put book 1 into here. I'm going to duplicate book 1. And I'm going to delete the pages. And I'm going to delete the back. Right? Yes, I'm going to delete the back. And I'm just left with these 3 things. And now I'm going to kind of bring it down a little bit. Wait, tameable, breedable books? Feed it souls! Oh man, you could dynamically change the size of an item. Maybe your book actually grows with more spells in it. Yeah, your spell casting, your spell book, right, can just get bigger depending on how many spells you have socketed in there. The book eats ink. It could. It could. I think it could get rather full pretty quickly, though. Did you... Alright. I think I want to make this, like, 0.5. Because I feel like it should be more of a strip on the book. So 0.5, 0.5. Now, I'm going to have to tweak this a little bit. We're going to bump it back. The voxel size, we're going to give it 2. This will be 7.9. And it should bump out. Actually, it should not bump out 1. It should bump out 1 that way. For this side, It should... Okay, this one should go back 1. Extend 2. And then this should extend by 1. There we go. And then this one, this is going to be kind of reversed, so the position should be 5, 9. And then this should be 2, 1. That does look pretty good. You know what? Let's make this 2. Which means I have to adjust this one. We gotta make this 0, 9. And then bump that out one more. There we go. That is looking pretty good. I do need to offset this back end by just a little tiny bit. So I don't... You know what? Actually, it's going to be so minor, I don't think anyone's going to see the Z fighting. And what I'm going to call this, instead of book 8, this will be top. I could do underscore top binding. I'm going to duplicate this, and then this will be bottom binding. All right, so for the top binding, I'm going to do something like that. And then this could go up, not 1. All right, so I'll do 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Nope. 9, 8, 7, 6, 5. Maybe I'll do 7. All right, so this one I'm going to bring to the top. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. That way it's kind of equal for the binding. It's kind of hard to see, but it's going to look good. Now I'm going to have to put decals on. So I'm going to duplicate this. I'm going to call this back end decal. And this decal size, what do I have here? 1.5, so it's got to be 1.5. Whoops. This has to be 1.5. I think that would get it just about centered. Da-da-da-down. Bum-bum-bum-bum-bum-bum. I think that's going to look pretty good. Yeah, that's pretty centered, so that's the back decal. Let's turn off some of the faces that we don't need. I think south is the only one that we do need. So I'm actually gonna disable everything, and then we'll go back to south and just enable that. There we go. Now I have to offset it by just a little bit right there. And I have to go to each book cover now, so I'm gonna have to duplicate this. This is gonna have to be the decal for this side. And I want this to be as square as I can get it. So I could just do maybe a 4x4. I think that would be pretty good. Oh, does it fit? No, it doesn't. Damn it. So 4x4 it's not a good thing. Maybe a 3x3. Okay, that will look a little better there. And let's bring this over as best as I can get it being centered here. I guess that looks okay. You know what? Maybe I can bring it over one more. Nope. That looks too far. Okay, so let's bring this back. 3, 1. There we go. It just barely does that. I'm going to duplicate this. This one will be the front, the cover front decal. Let's do a 5, 9. Let's get the facing on this done. So that looks like it's west. So if I disable everything, but just re-enable west. On this one, this is east. Let me reset this. So I'm going to disable everything and then re-enable only east. Set west back to here. Let's dynamically change this to a 16 by 16. And we'll change this to a 16 by 16. This one, we are going to also change to a 16 by 16. All right, so I think our grimoire is pretty much done. I'm going to save as grimoire. Oh man, this is going to be a pain in the ass, isn't it? This is what it's a documents, GitHub, .NET 7, mods, Rustbound Magic, assets, Rustbound Magic, shapes, items, spells, and it's called the Grimoire. Grimoire. Save. Now I gotta find it in here. Shapes, items, spells. I'm going to right click, add. Oh, gotta close out the game. Right click, add existing item. I'm gonna make damn sure that it sees this item. Shapes, items, spells, grimoire, add. There we go. We got our little plus sign. I'm going to want to get rid of everything that is null. So I'm going to replace null with, whoops, default, pound default. The hell? Find next. Okay, I'm like, what is it even doing? So let's undo all that. That's better. Book 1, that could be default as well. Pages, again, I don't like having nulls, because that's how you can get, like, crashes. Alright, I'm just gonna do everything. There we go. So, everything in Book 1, I don't care about. Top binding is gonna be different. This will be, instead of cover decal, this could be rarity. There we go. So I will make all of that rarity. This will all have to be rarity as well, and this will be rarity. And then this is the bottom binding, so again, that's going to be rarity. So is that. So is that. So anything that's decal is going to be different. Whoops, did not mean to do that. I meant to do a search. So we got 3 different decals. Oh, good. They're all in a row. So anything that is cover, let's turn that to spell icon. There we go. So I'm going to save that. I'm going to close this out. I'm going to shut this down because I shouldn't need it now. we need to go back into our grimoire, and I have to point to this new texture. So it's going to be items, tools. That is incorrect. Now it's going to be, what was it? Spells. Items, spells. And then it's going to be the Grimoire, grimoire. Now I have to do some of the mappings. I guess I got to open the grimoire shape back up. So we got default defined. I need cover. Cover is going to be defined here. Let's make some space. We're going to need spell icon. I guess I'll just copy this. We'll call this spell icon. I'll have it be leather for now. That's fine. Or better yet, I'll just do default for now. And then we will have rarity. Rarity can be what the mana stone was. I think I have pages, right? I'm supposed to have pages in here, but I'm not seeing pages unless I missed it. See, it's still doing like cover, default. So instead of cover for pages, I guess let's pull this back up. We'll take one more peek at it. I'm pretty sure I want to specify my own pages. And we could do open. GitHub, mods, Rustbound Magic, shapes, items, spells, grimoire. Yeah, so that is pages, so I should have 3 facings. I'm going to keep that open. So it should be here. So anything that is cover, let's turn that into pages. 1, 2, 3. Save. File new. There we go. I'm going to minimize that because I may have to go back into it. We're going to build for rarity. For now, I'm just going to have lesser. For the icons, let's find where my icons are positioned. I think it's going to be items, spells, and then everything in there. So this will be items, spells, and then I can get the type. Which should be the spell name. All right, let's see what our new grimoire looks like. So again, I don't have any new backings. Like, everything should be mapped. We should have like the spell icon on there, but it'll give us a rough idea. Then we can start thinking about like colors for each school of spell. Colors that won't look weird with a rarity system. You know what I mean? There are a lot of missing mapping textures going on right now. Holy schmoly. Tell me your secrets. Time shift. What? Enchantment time shift? Is that all time shift? Nope. Conjuration, Cloudbreaker. All right, let's see what we got. Bunch of stuff here. So all right, we're gonna fix a couple more things because it's still using some of the old logic, I guess. Bookshelves. Item, lore, book. No, that's not what I want. Item types, lore, book. This is what I want. So I need these transforms instead of the old transforms that I have here. Oh shoot, I don't even have any transforms in the grimoire. Whoops. Could get rid of all of these because I don't need them. There we go. Paste all of these in. Fireball, build, start. While the game starts, it's just going to spam in my face. Awesome. I don't think I need any of these. Could have just done that. I'm not getting a bunch of spam anymore. That's awesome. I didn't get any spam that time. Oh, look at that. That's our temperance book. Oh, so I gotta still do that, but right? So you got the spell icon in there. You'll have the spell icon on the spine. Let's migrate some more. Adjustment code here. Let's look at ground storable transform. I'm pretty sure we're gonna want that. Pretty sure we're just gonna want like everything in attributes. Copy that. Get rid of the on-shelf transform. Pop that in. Delete that. Save Fireball. We're going to have to shut down. I'm going to have to rebuild. And start again. Creation. Oh boy, it's really unhappy with a bunch of things. How could you? There we go. Right, so you have the spell icon on there. It would have a certain texture throughout the book. I would probably have a higher grade texture than this that it has. And then you would have your strip, your binding. And that binding would be your, you know, how rare the book is. So ideally, we could get something like this, this. It's like barrier, familiar. There we go, run speed, or that's silent steps, featherfall. Throw that book out. Right, so you could start putting your books in the bookcase, seeing your physical spells. I think this is going to be really cool. So you can't store it on the ground, but you can store them in here. I don't know. I think it has the ability to be a pretty cool system. Looking good so far. An actual use for bookshelves, right? I'm trying. Let's take this up a step further. So I have these in, right? Let's go to save. And let's start using some of my better textures. Grimoire. I'm going to minimize that. I'm going to need the pages. So I believe I want that for the pages. For the cover, What about display cases? I mean, I could put them in display cases. Like, I could make that. I can make that a possibility. I think I need to... We're going to rebuild this. We are going to hop back in. Instead of color... how do I want to do this? You know, I think I know how I want to do this. Let's open the Grimoire. We're going to have to make a couple changes. So the outer cover... Let's go to face. Really? Just want to make this bigger. There we go. I want everything to be justified over here. And, yep, with everything lined up, let's change some of these. So 6... So I have up to 16, so I can, at most, I could multiply this by a factor of 2. Right? Yeah, I think so. So I could do like a factor of 2. So 4.5 would be 9, and that would be 12. This would be 9, and that would be 12. And I think the rest of this is going to be pretty much the same. That would be 12. This would be 1. This would be 1. That would be 9. 9, 1. So the first step is going to be bumping up the resolution on everything. I'm going to have to keep it the same. So this would be 1, and that is 12. 1, 12, 3, 12, 3, 1, and 3, and 1. And then we got this Chungosaurus. This is going to be kind of the same, so 1, 12, 9, 12, 9, 12, 1, 9, 1, 12, 1, 9. Alright, so that deals with... Oh, I gotta do this part as well. Because that's going to look weird if, like, the inner spine is different. So this would be 2, 1. 2, 1. And this would be 2, 12. Okay, so that is all of the core parts of this book. I could save that. Let's increase this as well. I wish there was a button where you could just, like, realign all these things back to 0 instead of manually having to do it. Would be nice. Would be a nice little feature. With this, I think I could get a little more detailed, although maybe I want to keep the resolution about the same for this. Yeah, I think I want to keep it around the same. So this would be 9, 1, 1, 1, 9, and 1, 1, and 9 for whatever reason. 1, 1, 1, and 9. Convenience in a model creator, surely you just, hey, Blockbench has some really awesome snapping things it can do. Man, if we had, like, Blockbench stuff in this, oh my god, the things you could make easily, it'd be unreal. Three, 1, 3-1. I get to go to the state fair tomorrow. I definitely want to see the, they got, I think I mentioned, I think they're sea lions. They have a sea lion show. I'd love to see that. One, 9. 1, 1. 1 and 9. Okay, so that's everything up top here. I just have 3 more things to adjust, and then I think we're good. We can move on to the texture. It's that way I don't have to have, like, a ridiculously huge texture. I could have something that's a little more tame, if you catch my drift. Nine, 1, 1, 9, 1, 1, 1, 9. That one's not too bad. These are going to be... Yeah, all this is kind of easy to do. But I think the way I want the grimoire to look, I think this is going to look really awesome. Once I get some higher definition textures in there. Three, 1. All right. And the last bit is right here. And then the last thing to do would be, of course, randomize things. 9, 1. 9, 1. 1, 9. 1, 1. 1, 9. All right. File, save. So right off the bat, we're going to hop in. We should see a difference already. Now, the question is, what colors should be each tier? You know, so like Invocation, should that be red or purple? Probably not purple. Yeah, so I have to put the texture on there, but we can actually see a couple pixels now, which is better than the straight blank, like low def kind of way it was before. I gotta put an image there. But all right, this is looking better. Looking better. This is where I gotta figure out what I want my my stuff to look like. Lore. So what should the colors be? Purple is the color of evil corruption, of course. Yeah, but there's no like evil corruption thing, right? There's invocation, which is like the act of material, like transforming magical energy into an attack spell. By the way, how long are you planning to stream? Just wanted to catch you before you head to bed. I was planning on streaming for a little while here. I at least want to get these books kind of taken care of. And I don't know, however far I get. But that was the goal for tonight, just to see how it feels putting these books in the world. Right? Getting people excited for it. Because I know people are going to be upset. They're going to be like, no, I like the old system. That's the problem with putting out an alpha. Because, like, you could say up the top of your lungs, like, subject to change, right? But, you know, like, so many people complained, like, oh, the mod's, like, 3/4 of it's locked behind the Rust Mage. And then people want that, you know, the people want the config because they're like, well, I like that, right? Rust is evil and or corrupting, but technically all of this stuff comes from Rust because base mana, like clear water mana, is from the Rust. And then you can turn it based on a focus into different elements, but that's not even what's happening here. We're talking about just magic school representations, right? Maybe like alteration could be teal or blue, because alteration's going to be more like buffs and heals and stuff. Enchantment could be purple, maybe. Like that witchy purple. I could go by some of my spell colors, too. Invocation, it would be nice. Like, Invocation's kind of like aggression. I automatically think red for that. Or black, maybe. And Conjuration? I don't know. What, like an orange? Maybe? I don't know. I don't know about that one. But I'm going to have to shut down the game. Because we are going to have to copy a couple textures over, I believe. Gravity's purple? Yeah, but I'm not talking about elements here. I'm talking about the schools of magic, not the elements. So yeah, gravity would be a purpley black, but there's no gravity spell. Like that's not what it is. This is going to be like, for instance, a spell that could have a gravity element could be an invocation spell in the form of Rust Orb. You could turn that spell into a gravity property with a focus, but the alteration spell of resist gravity, you know, that would give you that gravity immunity to attacks like that. You know, so these books are not, you know, the school has nothing to do with the element. It just has to do with, like, whatever the color representation's going to be for that type of school of magic. And really, the only reason why I even have, you know, that type of, you know, like, cover is to make it easier for you to just look at something and maybe categorize all of your alteration spells together. Because they'll all look the same. They'll all be, like, teal-colored. Or maybe, like, a dark teal. And then that's what I'm trying to get at, like how, you know, what do I do with, you know, what colors should I use? And we're gonna add a folder. Grimoire. What about a symbol, like a school symbol? I mean, I could maybe make symbols. I could have that be like on the spine of the book. But what color should all the grimoires be then? What color leather? Should they all be black? Should they all be brown? Just regular standard brown? I don't know. Brown? I was hoping you'd say black. I was hoping, but I guess brown would make sense, I guess. All right, let's open this. And let's pull out some stuff here. Let's go back to survival, textures, block, leather, dark brown. So what do I want? Do I want something like pores, something with cracks? And then change the color of it? Yeah, all right. So I'll copy this over here. Instead of pour, I'll call this cover. You know, this may even be a decent color for a book because it's brown without being brown. You know, it's that more faded kind of look. So I may not even do anything to this right now. I'm just going to see what it looks like on the book by itself. So this should be items, grimoire, cover. Now I just got to come up with 4 symbols for these schools as spells. There we go. So it built successfully. I think what I'm going to preemptively do is go into, I believe it's blocks. mana stones. So I don't think I want that. Yeah, and see, these are semi-transparent. Ah, spellbook. This is where they were. 1, 2, 3, 4. Copy, paste. Now I'm gonna rename these, right? So this would be epic. Or you know what? I'm gonna put the disclaimer there. I'll do rarity. Rarity dash epic. So instead of less, right, this would be rarity dash common. Rarity dash uncommon. Rarity dash rare. And then I can look here. I could do like epic. So this would be rarity dash epic. Oh, whoops. Didn't want to rewrite over that. I want to rewrite this. All right, let's see what the books look like now. What were the schools again? Invocation. Invocation's going to be like attack spells, pretty much. So when I make like the frontal cone, the projectile, an area of effect, you know, anything that's going to attempt to inflict damage on something. Invocation, like if I add slow or root spells, those would probably be invocation spells as well. Alteration's another school. That's going to be your buffs and potential like heals, anything that would be a beneficial effect to the player. In terms of like their health, their stats, you know, making it to where you can get more procs for like, you know, mining things or whatever the spell is. And then you have enchantment. Enchantment's going to be about going beyond the bounds of the player. So like surface ascent, that's like a utility spell, right? That would be an enchantment spell. Things like that. An arrow point upwards for the buffs. Yeah, I mean, okay. So alteration could be an arrow that points up. I don't know if you got any ads to Oats. So these are our books so far, and these are all going to be rare, right? Isn't there a way? I think there's a way in the shape to dynamically change. I've seen it once, and I glanced at it, and I was like, "Oh, that's cool that you could do that." But it didn't have anything to do with the texture width or texture height. It had more to do with the individual textures and increasing those sizes. Now, I may be cheeky and have certain things that keep them at bay. Nah, nice. Cheeky. Oh man, what was it? One of these, maybe it was like in entities? One of the armors? No. This, something like this. I think I can dynamically set certain things to be mapped differently. and it would be under texture sizes. I'm going to play with this. I don't know if it's something that could be beneficial. What I could do is I could actually have it with rarity. I can use rarity as a test. So what if I make this like 32 by 32? So right now that's kind of the pixel size. Oh, you know what? It's probably not going to fireball it in. I most likely have to like save everything and shut down and rebuild. That's such an inconvenience. Such an inconvenience. Yeah, it didn't do anything. So let's shut down. Let's build. Look at that. Wow, build successful. So there was something there to change. Do 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 do. It did change it, but it changed it for the worse. It looks like 32 by 32 stretched it a little too much. So what if I do like an 8 by 8? See, if I can shift the image to gain more out of it without increasing the texture size, it's going to lower the footprint size of my mod altogether. Which could be very beneficial going forward. I'm almost done with this Dr. Pepper. Ugh. It's horrible. Yeah, look at that, huh? So I increased the size by a factor of 2. All right, so I could do the same thing for the cover then. So let's do cover. Yes, yes. Bum, 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 bum. I do kind of like the... going to be honest, I thought you knew about this already. I did not. Okay, so that looks good. That does not look good. That is a problem. It looks like I may have to readjust this. All right, let's open this up. Got a file, new file, open, grimoire, open. Boop. You could do it in the model creator too. Nah. Oh, it could be one of the options up here. One of the options I never go to. See, I think what's happening is it's doing an 8 by 8. I'm not gonna, this isn't gonna work for me. It worked for the binding, because I think the binding, you know, it actually may not fully work for the binding, because I effectively cut this in half, so there's gonna be little bits at the end that aren't gonna look right. So I don't think I'm gonna use this way of doing it. Now those look like professional books, kept in a lock case to deter thieves, only accessible to the wisest mages. You know it, Hexaden. Wisest mages, huh? Alright, so I'm not going to do that. If anything, what I'm going to do is just enhance the textures. Enhance. I'll make it bigger. Do 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 do. Oh, textures, grimoire. Start off with the common. Knowledge fragment. Oh, I could use the knowledge fragment for something. Forgot I even had that. Here we go, cover. So let's do image, canvas resize. File, canvas resize. Make it a 64 by 64. There we go. So this will increase the level of detail in there. I probably will fade this part a little bit, but I just want to see what it's even going to look like. I guess I could go back into the model. So I'm not going to do it for the cover, but I think for the rarity I can get away with it. Let's give this a try. I'm going to hop in here. And I think what I'm going to have to do, 18 is too much. I have to reduce this by 1. So all the lengthy bits here, if I reduce it by 1, I think the scale will still be good enough to where I could get away with this. So we're going to do 8, 8, 8, 8. Because I just don't want, like, the texture mapping to be a little off, because technically it would be spilling over the edge. Technically. Alright, and I could just get rid of cover again. So we're going to save that. We'll do File New. I'm going to shut down the game because I can't just reload like I used to. It's a shame. I gotta look that up. There's got to be a way to, like, maybe some toggleable thing that I just haven't found yet. Yeah, look at that, huh? I think that came out pretty good. Looks like you got some crickety cracks there. Well done. Now what I should do for the binding is I could drop the icon, the spell icon, down a little bit. And I can duplicate this and have an icon equally up top, and then that could be the icon for the spell school that it is. You know? Here, I'll put that book in there. Get it out of my hands. Yeah, I can't even place my my casting tool in there. I'm liking this. Think it's coming out pretty cool. Get rid of some of this stuff. Okay, so that's the grimoire. Let me get rid of the staff. I don't need proto contracts or all those summons or the behaviors. Twitch says I must wish you happy anniversary. Hey, Bernardo. You know, it's funny, like, people, like, I live streamed earlier today, and people are like, oh, it's your, you know, affiliate anniversary. Twitch hasn't told me anything at all. I haven't gotten any messages. I see nothing on my Streamlabs, like, popping up. There's no indication for me that it was my affiliate anniversary. No idea. So, and I'm like, I wish I would have known that. Like, how, you know, what the heck? It's my anniversary. Okay, so I think I need to make another version of this grimoire because I'm gonna have to dictate a rarity. You know what? You would have had a worn paper birthday hat. Yeah, I would have worn like one of those little birthday hats instead of your cap. Yep. I would have put one on. Would have done it. It's too late now. I'm thinking about this. So instead of a rarity being present on the book, I'm thinking that I shouldn't have an identifier like that. Maybe the binding here could be the type of spell that it is. Those books are looking great. Yeah. Instead of your cap, that's what she said. Thanks. Thanks, Moozy. What are we thinking there, right? Because I mean, I'm thinking about the rarity of something, and if I put in a rarity system, I'm gonna have to come up with my own math on what makes a spell good. And people are probably gonna be like, well, it should still, like, it's common, you know, it's not rare, but the damage is higher than a rare one. You know what I mean? Like, I'm asking for balancing issues. So I could just have the information in here, right? Like, I could check out the book, and then I can, like, look at it here, and I can get whatever the tooltips are, whatever the stuff is. Don't worry about rarity for now. Focus on randomizations. Yeah, that's what I'm thinking. But in that same vein, instead of coming up with an arbitrary icon, I could go back to colors. And I could use the spell school to dictate these colors. Because what I can do is come down to here, right? And instead of rarity, I could pipe in school. And I'm going to have to shut down. And just for the sake of things, so this would be invocation, alteration, conjuration, and enchantment. You know, I could put school. I should do school dash. Whoops. Oh, come on. There we go. And I could do that. Now let's see what these books look like with a little color to them. Done. Done with the horrible Sprite Zero. Ugh. Man, or not Sprite Zero, the Dr. Pepper strawberries and cream. Yeah, see? So now each school, not only, you know, because every icon's going to be different, but each school will have a different color binding. So alteration, for now it's purple. You know, looks like conjuration's blue. Like, I can do these colors differently, which I should. But I think that's going to look a lot better for these books. And if I want to, I could randomize the textures as well. That way it's not like a repeating texture for each one. I can have like 2 or 3 variants of the textures, and then I can have it randomly pull from each one. So let's focus on colors, right? Like, what is an invocation spell, alteration, conjuration, enchantment? What colors should we have for these? You know, so like invocation. You know, I got all of these things here. I mean, I could make it like an orangey kind of color for invocation. I could get crazy and I could do like, you know, one of these like hybrid color things, right? Maybe invocation has a touch of like rusty kind of touch with it. Although that wouldn't make sense. That wouldn't make sense. Yeah, as long as it doesn't add 100 item types. Yeah, that's the thing. I don't want to add too many item types to it. So it's going to be the school and then the type of spell, and that's it. Maybe I could have like that color. You know, that could be like invocation. I like the idea of the blue here being alteration. Copy. Or better yet, right? So paste, copy that, paste. I like enchantment being purple because that's what I have the particles for enchantment already. So enchantment will be purple. Alteration can be blue. Invocation is fire. Well, technically it's not like fire, but it could be red for like attacking. You do a hue saturation. We can get like a deep kind of red. Make it a little more vivid. Yeah, red isn't bad. And then conjuration. Ah, man, what should I make conjuration? That's the only thing where I'm like kind of scratching my head. Should it just be green? Should I just use green for conjuration? Or should I use like a dark? No, because that would be kind of close to purple. Beige? Beige. Let's see. So I can do like that. But see, like, are people going to get confused? Because that's going to be a similar color to like the book itself, right? And this is kind of like the rust color. Is there a natural school? Seems like a lot of nature type spells. Well, I don't know what you mean by nature type spells. I want to see what green looks like. I'm kind of curious now. Let's minimize that. Let's, I think I just rebuilt. Yep. Start again. There's plant spells, I think. Well, there's a couple. It's called, the one's called growth, one's fertilize, and one's hydrate crops. But they're not really nature spells. I don't have a nature element anymore with the new system, so there's no like plant element. There's a poison and there's a healing, but those are the in-game element like types of damage. But I don't really have like druid nature-y spells anymore. In the same way, I don't have like dark themed spells anymore. So let's get out some books here. So that would be one thing, right? So this is an invocation spell. Or you know what? Better yet. Oh, the way these did it, it's all weird. It's made way more things than I needed. Okay, okay. I'm gonna have to change this, but that's not gonna be a problem. So, okay, so summon light would be conjuration. That would be an example of that. Let's get rid of that. Let's get rid of that. Let's get rid of that. Move that. Move that. And I'm going to get rid of that. So that could be like a conjuration. This right here would also be conjuration. This right here would be alteration. This would be invocation. I think, that's a summoning spell. This would be enchantment. And I'll pull out one more book here. blink would also be like enchantment. No, I'm not gonna do blink. I will do revive would be alteration. Here we go. Right, so my bookshelf would look more like this. You know, I could have a couple books here, you know, like the fire book, right? Because that's going to be an invocation. These are conjuration, right? So I could separate the schools out now by whatever they are. I think this looks pretty good, honestly. I'm kind of digging this. So, right, you have your spell icons, and then you have, like, the color codes on the bindings. And if I want, like, a more red book, instead of having everything be the same, I could have this be, like, this color red, and then I can have the strips be, like, a dark red or a black or another accenting color to really make the whole book look different. Instead of a lot of, like, the same stuff, right? Just a different icon. And I think what I want to do is on the binding here, in this section right there on each side, I think I'm going to extend it so both of these connect together on the side here. I think that would look pretty awesome. Looking good. Looking mighty fine. 100% should make the book the color and make the binding something else. Yeah, let's do that then. So if that's the case, why don't I just deal with a better repeating pattern, right? I'm kind of wondering what this would look like as a repeating pattern. Nah, you still get like the sharp lines in there. All right, so I'm just going to inject color into this. Oh, you know what I'm going to do? Before I do that, I'm going to just cancel. I'm going to get rid of a lot of these here. All right, textures, grimoire. I need invocation. There we go. Instead of cover, I'm going to stop the game. I'm going to copy, paste, paste, paste. So this will be like cover dash invocation. Cover dash alteration. Cover dash conjuration. Cover dash enchantment. All right, now let's open up these and let's inject color into them. Book for the element, binding for the tier, or the opposite. Well, there's... I don't think I'll do a tier per se. The tier is going to be more like, you know, what you can read from the book, and you dictate what the tier is. So here, I'll show you what I'm kind of thinking here for the books. So we'll start off with invocation. I'm going to just look at injecting some kind of raw color into this. I think a deep purple would be a good start. Make it a little more vivid. Maybe a little less vivid. Something like that. And then let's go into curves. See, if I want something darker, that would be good. I'm just going to cancel that. I'll save that for now, right? So invocation could be a combination of these two colors. For type, or for the cover, this is going to be a little different now, right? Because it's going to be this. Build, and let's start the game. So again, right, just trying to break up what the books look like. I think this is going to be a really fun Magic system. And I think it fits more of like a collection kind of game like this. You know, so let's find a version of this that's an actual, like, where's the rusty projectile spells? There we go. Right, so now you'll have a book that looks like that for an invocation kind of spell. I'm going to change the outline of this to make it be like kind of like white for the icon. But you know, it's gonna pop more having a book like this and then having, you know, a book that's like, you know, deep blues, you know, for whatever that is, right? I think this is gonna be awesome. It's gonna be cool. So cool. The color looks good. That's what she said. Yeah, I'm digging this. I'm liking this. But you could just imagine this right here would be purple. So it would be like this kind of dark purple, and then you would have like the purple strip. So let's continue, because I do like that. And I think that's going to be a good start, if anything. Right, so enchantment, I can just come into colors, effects. Right, so I can have like that nice deep purple for that. I don't have to do too much with that. Alteration was going to be more of a blue. So we could do a hue and saturation. Maybe make it a little more vivid. Make it a nice deep blue. And then this one, Conjuration, what color? I said green, right? So I could start off with like this kind of green. And let's make it a little more vivid as well. Not that vivid. Not that vivid. Let's not go crazy. You know what? Actually, we can make it that vivid, and then I'm just going to darken it a little bit. There we go. So it's more in line with the color. Well, that's a little too dark. I just kind of looked at that. I'm like, ah. There, maybe, yeah, something like that. So I'm going to shut down. We're going to rebuild. And we are going to start the client. Now we'll see what these books are going to look like. You know, side by side, right? I want these things to pop. I want you to look at a book and you may not know what the icon is, but you'll know that's an invocation spell. Yeah, look at that, huh? Now you're going to have to think about the outside border. I'm going to make them all kind of gray like this. So the green and the purples and stuff, they're not going to, that's not what it's going to be like. So we'll pull out like a red. I think that's going to look pretty awesome for your spells. Yay! And I just realized I'm going to have to make different versions of this grimoire. I gotta sort out my spells, I believe. Ugh. Do-do, do-do-do-do. So I'm going to close this out. We're going to make some grimoires. I'm going to make 4 different grimoires. This one will be the Conjuration. This one's going to be the Alteration. This one's going to be the Enchantment. And this one is going to be the Invocation. I think I don't have to have the school as a type anymore. Because if I had it the old way, I would have to put a lot of excludes in there. Honestly, for every spell, I would have 3 excludes. So by breaking it out like this, I could get rid of the school, because you can't really... It's rare that you could even do a variant search. It just never seems to work. I always use the path instead. And then since this is Alteration, anywhere that's school, it would just be hard-coded as, like, Alteration. And then the spell icon would, of course, be the type still. So this would be Conjuration. So I would paste it in here, delete... Conjuration, save. This one would be Enchantment. Boop. Get rid of that, save. And then this one would be Invocation. Get rid of that. Paste and paste. Now the annoying part is I'm going to have to prune out the spells for all of these, right? So like no spell. I'll keep that as a baseline. But that will probably be like a hidden debug item. Anything that's innate doesn't fall into this school at all. So for Invocation, we pretty much got Rust Orb. I'm going to keep all those names. None of these... Root and Slow are potentials. Invocation's going to be the easiest one to do. Get rid of the summons. Oops. Undo that. Kind of paste these into here. Because eventually I'm going to have the Rust Cone, Rust Nova, Rust Ray, Rust Zone. So all of those will be Invocation-type spells as well. There are no Invocation spells. Oh, I actually went through. I made a cheat sheet for all this. Oh, thank God, Vice. Jesus Christ. Okay, where is it? Where is it? I know I did this. I think it's under the spell names. Yeah, see, Invocation... Alteration, Enchantment, Conjuration, and I break it up by tiers. Alright, I'm not going to be able to see chat for a little bit. Alright, this isn't 100%, but it is close enough. There are no tier 2 invocation spells, so I'm gonna just kind of do that. There are tier 3 invocation spells. none of those. And then tier 4, I can just get rid of all of this. Because there are no tier 4 spells. So really, there's technically 4 spells. Now, Rust Orb changes to different elements, so that one spell really turns out to 7 spells. But, right? So I whittled Invocation down. I can save that, and we can close that out. Let's do Alteration next. So I can keep no spell. I can delete all those. Obviously, all these spells can go away. So tier 1, Alteration, we have Plunder, Feather, Silent Steps, Equilibrium, Shielding, Barrier, Spike Shield, Swim Speed, and Pacify, which I'm not going to have Pacify in there, right? So I think for the most part, all of these were already together. Tier 2. Tier 2 was just the elements, I believe, to start with. I can get rid of all of those. And then, yeah, we have Swiftness, Strength, and Agility, Nourishing Aura, Tinkerer, Rapid Shot, Excavation, and Heal. All of those are not needed. So tier 3 should just be these. I already know them by heart because I worked a lot on tier 3 and tier 4. There we go. So these are all of the alteration spells. So I could save that. Aha! Knew it. I had a comma in there when I shouldn't have had one. That would have been a JSON error just waiting to slap me in the face. Okay, so heal is something I don't need in there anymore. And I think there's a regenerate. I don't need that anymore because I'm not using those. I need to look at the... Oh, it was in this file that I think I laid everything out a little better. Here we go. So all my work in progress spells, I'm going to disable those for now. No sense making a book for them. So heal was already removed. Alteration, so regenerate, I got rid of. And then I have the 4 spells down here for alteration that are still in. All right, so we're going to save that. Alteration's done. Let's do enchantment. This one's going to be an annoying one to do, but I don't think it's going to be too bad. So let's scroll back to the top here. So tier 1 enchantment. So breed, root, and slow are disabled right now. Delete those. Right, so this tier 2 enchantment, True Spawn, is not being used. Not yet. I may make it a spell, I may not. Still on the fence about it. Whoops, did not mean to do that. Boom. Tier 3 enchantment spells should only be 4. Fertilize, growth. Oh yeah, stealth was going to be something different. Okay, so get that out of there. And I can get rid of this, and then tier 4. Here, get rid of that. Cut, paste. There we go, and get rid of all of those spells. Get rid of that. Okay, so enchantment should be done. Conjuration. This one's going to be one of the easier ones because a lot of the spells have summon in the beginning of it. So that's going to be pretty easy, right? So I got 2 here. Here's all the summons here. Here's all the summons here. This one's going to be a little different, but I linked them all together. Duplicate, summon gateway, summon void vault. And then I'll get rid of the world magic. I will eventually make like a tome for world magics when I work on the spells. For now, I'm just going to keep it the 4 things. All right, so let's start the game now. Boop, doop, 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 doop. Teleport home spell or riot. I think I'm going to call that, not bind affinity, but I'll call it like gateway, maybe? Or no, well, summon gateway. That is your teleport home spell. And it's a spell that everyone around you can use. Like, you'll create a portal. It's like a mage portal in WoW, is what it's going to be. And then you walk into it, and it teleports you back to your home spot. When you summon it, it's going to take a lot of mana, of course, because it's a pretty awesome spell. But it will last for like 5 minutes in the world. It's going to look like a rift, a purple, black, blue rift, I'm thinking. So what I'm going to do here is just copy the bookcase. I'm going to break this, and we're going to put it back down. There we go. Because now we have new books. These are the amount of spells that we actually have, right? So I can get a couple invocation spells. Right, so that's the Rust Bolt, or Rust Orb. That's the slow spell, the root spell. So I could do something like or the run speed buff and excavation would be good, right? So I could place these in here. Vexus, thank you. Happy affiliate anniversary. Yeah. Ethereal tool creates a tool that mines everything similar to Paxel. Tool tier same as caster tier that disappears shortly. That's actually a better idea than the summon that I have. I think it's called like summon shit, what is it called? It's one of the summon, maybe it's this, the rusty tool or something. Yeah, summon scrap tool. Maybe I could make my own kind of like, it could be like a Paxel scrap tool. Yeah, that's a good idea, Hexanon. I'm going to be working on the summons. I am digging this though. Oh man, just look at those books. Look at those books. Oh, I got my pages the wrong way. What kind of book is pages like that? All right, let's fix that. I can't stand that. File open, grimoire open. First things first, this bad boy needs to be like over here, and over here. We are going to pop these 90 degrees. And you know what? I'm going to increase this as well. So this will be 11, this will be 2. This will be 8, this will be 2. This will be 8, this will be 2. There we go. File, save. Shut down, rebuild. How many books will there be in a complete library? Hundreds? I don't know. It depends on how many spells I want to make. You could have more than one book though, right? Because the way I want my spells to be, there's going to be that little bit of RNG. So you may get a book like a rust orb that's on the low end of the spectrum of like what you would want for like a spell book, you know, or a certain spell. But maybe that would be more like, you know, just cannon fodder for like research. Or you could luck out and you could get that, you know, like, oh, it hits harder, shorter cast time, you know. So you can have multiple books of the same kind with slightly different stats, right? Or maybe not even slightly. Some could just be really bad. All right, so a couple of these. Get rid of those, get rid of that. So surface ascent and fly. We can do these 2 buffs here. You know, I can kind of put things together here. I think that's going to look good. So gigantic library. Let's make it out of magic bricks. Yeah, exactly, right? The idea is I want this mod to... I want you to want to make a room for it. Like a workspace, you know? Instead of like what it is right now. Like some of the stuff, like the transmutation altar, the Oculus, you know, like those are solid blocks, and I like how they look. This thing is still pumping out light, huh? But yeah, I'm thinking this would be pretty awesome. Is each variation of the book going to be its own item? Well, I mean, technically, yeah, right? Like, you could have maybe 2 books of plunder, but then when you look at the stats, maybe 1 book is going to be considered better because it lasts longer on the duration and it costs less mana than maybe the other. Or maybe you have 2 books and it turns out one of them lasts longer, but it costs more mana. The other one doesn't cost nearly as much mana, but it lasts for a shorter amount of time. Like, it's going to be more of a randomized thing. But at least this isn't going to be tied to your character. I mean, in the item list or its metadata, that would be a metadata thing. So those attributes are going to be written to the book. So technically, this is only going to be 1 book that shows up in creative. And I'll have it to where if you pull it out of creative, it's going to have all just evened out stats. So it's going to be just dead center for all the random RNG that could happen. But it's just what you see here. It encompasses every single spell that I have in the game right now. In this new way of like physically looking at it. So instead of a spell book where each thing's an icon, it's going to be this. So if I add another spell, it's going to add 1 more item to the game. And of course, the debug. No spell. I'm not sure what I'm going to do with this yet. I may just get rid of this. And you could, in theory, have books with empty slots that you can add modifiers to. I guess so. I would want to make like a scribe table, or maybe do like the magic prism, magic circle, to be able to, because I want you to be able to take out this book, right? Like, let's say I memorize so many spells, right? But I'm like, oh, you know what? I got the fly spell, and I want to do something with that. I can convert that knowledge back into a physical book, right? So now it's no longer part of my character. I won't be able to see it in my spells, you know? Because I took it out, and then I can modify and make changes to this, and then when I want to relearn it again, right, when I put it in whatever my main block is that's linked to me, it adds it to my pool of spells. So, yeah. And you could name those modifiers bookmarks. Oh, I could. But I think this is going to be a much more fun way of doing, because the problem is the game right now, the mod is set up for like an MMO, right? Like you're your own castle. You don't really build anything. You kind of exist in the world. So all the knowledge of your spells is attached to your player. But this is a game of I collect everything and harvest everything I can physically see in the world, and turn it into like a physical block and or item to connect to. You know, so it would make more sense if these spells were physical items as well, with their own modifiers that you could then change through like a fun maybe minigame system. But you know what I mean? Like I think this is going to be much more fun, because maybe I run an Oculus and I end up getting like an awesome like tier 4 version of a spell, right? So I end up getting like the fly spell. I'm like, oh, that's cool. I'm not tier 4 yet, so I can't add it to my library, my personal, you know, memorization library, but I could pop it here, right? You know, that's a rare book. You know, I could sell that. Maybe I could use like the magic circle to make scrolls out of that, one-time use scrolls. You know, but if I do that, the way my system's going to be, there's going to be a chance that if you're not careful and you're not at a certain tier and you try and make a scroll, you could damage the book and or destroy the book, right? So there's going to be pros and cons for doing things. Like you're going to be able to make a bunch of these books at random times, but if you die maybe one too many times, there's going to be a random chance that one of the books that you have in you gets destroyed. But then again, you will be able to, through a bunch of resources, time, and, you know, energy, you can eventually refine these spell books, you know? Magic lock those rare books, so you better believe it. You don't want someone to come up and be like, boop, fly. Now I own the spell. And I still got to figure out what a system like that looks like, but this is the start, right? This is the foundation. Oh, it's gonna look so good. So good! And this frees it up, too, because you know how I have, like, all these different staves? I want the casting tool to be generic, right? So, if you want a staff, you can have one of these staff looks. If you want to use, like, a spell book, you know, not a grimoire, but an actual, like, spell book, like I have here, you know, this should be an item, too. When I cast spells, I want it to open, you know? If I want to use a wand, I can make different kinds of wands, but it's just the vehicle in which you can cast a spell that you have from your knowledge base. You know what I mean? So, like, I could take a book like this. I think the way and what we're going to do next is, let's say this is the Sanctum, right? This could be the Sanctum block. And I put the block down, and at first the block does nothing, you know, but I interact with it. Why don't I just use something like this? There we go. This is the Sanctum block, right? I right-click and interact with it, and then I can soulbind this to myself, right? And you can maybe be soulbound to only one of these in the world at a time. So you got to pick and choose, right? So now that that's soulbound to me, all of these books that I'm getting, I could add directly to my depository here. You know, so they'll cease being physical books here, but I want to carry these books and I want to cast these spells, so I can put them into here for now, you know? And then bam, right? You know, now if I look at memorized spells, I can maybe see that spell come up. But if I die, there's a chance that that link maybe could be broken, and then that spell could go away, in which case I would have to, or if I know something's going to be dangerous, and I don't want to be loaded up like a piñata, I could take the book out to save it, right? So now I can go die and do whatever. I can maybe use some, like, lower forms of the spells, like, this is the really good fly spell, but I still want to fly, so I'll take the crappier one that, you know, I don't care if it goes away. Or maybe I could take, like, you know, one-time use items. You know, like, I could turn one of these into, like, a spell scroll for that spell. So that's the general vague idea right now, and I'm still trying to work out what it looks like, but that's the direction that I see this going into. And people are gonna freak out. They'll be like, oh no! This is so dumb! But I like it. And honestly, at the end of the day, it's kind of about what I like, right? If I'm making the mod... Like, if I think it could be fun, then that's great. Full disclosure, right? But I'm definitely open to, you know, like, feedback for things. I think this is going to be a fun thing in a game like Vintage Story. Because, you know, I was looking, Blurry showed me something. He was showing me a magic mod, and I just saw nothing but scrolls. Or pieces of paper, and I'm like... you know, like, but then some of the spells that were being used were so awesome, and I'm like, you know, it's like the vehicle in which you were casting these spells looks like complete garbage, but the spells themselves are beyond awesome. So I'm trying to make it themed. And then eventually, I think it would be cool to be able to place, you know, different things, right? To maybe augment some of your spells. Or maybe like the scribe table, right? You can put different things. Oh, that would be cool. Maybe what you would have to do is get like the different kinds of crystals when you're playing the mini game, you know, and then maybe I can change the crystal like colors or something, so you gotta like transmutate the things when it turns red before it ticks down. I think that would be kind of cool. Cast like transmutation. You could get like temporal feedback and stuff. That'd be pretty cool. But again, right? So I think this is the good first step. Let's do quick localization on this. And let's put on some fake stats next. Yay, fake stats! So I think I need to make a new class. And I'm gonna have to register a new item class. I can't use generic, I don't think. So this is gonna be under item. Spell. I'm gonna paste this in. This is going to be called Grim. Grimoire. Grimoire. Yes. Oh, it changed it here. I hate that. Generic. 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 Oh man, did it change like everything? It better not have. Yeah, it changed it here. Oh, I guess technically I could have just copy and pasted that, so let me do that. Copy. And I'll put this right at the end. Paste. Grimoire. I'm spelling this right, right? I don't trust myself these days. Grimoire! Yeah! Sweet. Okay, so now in here, I can do a couple of things. I'm gonna have to look at my spells themselves. And we're gonna have to import some of the stuff, right? So tier, I think, would be an important thing that I would want to display to people. Let's close, cancel that. Let's minimize that. Let's get rid of some of these windows, right? Like, I don't need that up anymore. I don't need the book up anymore. So we got this. I'm gonna pop out equilibrium. I'm gonna look at spell base. So I would want the tier. I would want the element school, mana cost. I'm gonna copy everything here. And we're gonna prune stuff out. Some active magic minigame, crazy, yeah. I'm getting some ideas, and by failing the minigame, you can either damage your spellbook that you were trying to manipulate, or you could maybe do unexpected things, like maybe your altar could explode. Maybe it could spawn a rift in the location because you're messing with things, right? Temporal instability. Maybe it could spawn little creatures from like the void, you know, that you're gonna have to contend with. I can make some crazy things happen. So healing is no longer a thing. Damage is, duration. Cooldown is not a thing anymore. So we have mana cost, cast time, duration, damage, the effect modifier. We'll have tier, element, and school. I'm pretty sure element will have nothing to do. I don't need element. I still need school, but you know what? I don't need school either, because school is going to be embedded in the item itself. So really, I need the tier. I need the mana cost, the cast time, the duration. If there is damage, and if there is like an effect modifier, I would need those. And then in here, kind of do a this dot. Right, so tier could equal like 1, we'll say. Mana cost equals... I'm just going to zero everything out right now, because we have to initialize all these properties. Right, so the basic grimoire. And then what I could do is... Let's take a look at item. And see if there's anything that's like on initialize, maybe. I don't think there's going to be. Yeah, so I didn't see anything there. Oh wait, I could look at collectible object. So there may be something in here. Tool tier. Yeah, see, I could link into attributes. That's what we'll do. Unloaded native. I wonder what that is. Unloaded. Here we go. Server side called. Called once, maybe. The collectible has been registered client side. Called once. The collectible has been loaded from the server packet. On unloaded. Should display item damage. Unblock breaking. Interesting. Maybe I could do something with like the held animations. Matches for crafting. Okay, consumed by, crafted by. I don't think I need any of this stuff. None of it's really jumping out at me. So we'll close that. Right, so for the tooltip, I can, okay, so how do I want this to work out? Without creating a grimoire for every particular spell. I think I have an idea. I think I have an idea. I'm pretty sure. I wonder if I can tag into Rustbound Magic dot full spell directory. This is going to take a string dot something like something like mana cost. So instead of zeroing things out, I can do that. And then we could statically put in for a test. I wonder if I could do like this dot type or this variant. Oops. Type. I wonder if that would work, because it would get the name of the spell, which it would do a lookup here. So if it was the spell Rust Orb, it would get the Rust Orb information from the spell here. So it would be a more generic kind of thing. So something like cast time, this would be cast time, a duration, whoops, didn't mean to do that. This would be damage, effect modifier. And this would be dot tier. Maybe this would work, and we're gonna find out by creating something like this. I'll put a dash. Let's do mana cost. Everything has a mana cost. You know what? Let's try it out. I just did a lot of gobbledygook. We'll see if any of this crap works. If I'm lucky, it's all just going to work right out of the gate. And I'll give myself a high five and a handshake. If not, well, then it is what it is. So let's look at my grimoires again. So that's going to be alteration, conjuration, enchantment, and invocation. Sweet. Build, and let's start the game. Successful! Value cannot be null. Really? What's... Oh, so I can't get the type from the variant. I wonder if I can get... Okay, so let's pull up the logger here. I'm going to do this dot code, or you know what? Let's do the last code part. Let's try this. I want to see what this comes out as. It's still going to crash. I'm going to shut down. I'm going to rebuild. It's still going to crash, but at least it's going to give me a statement that hopefully I can work with. Because I'm going to have to parse out this collectible behavior. And I just need the part at the end, the bit at the end. That came back as null. All right, what if I do this dot path or code dot path so first path part. Let's see what it says the first path part is. Doing some research. Okay, what does it see here? Code was null. Okay, so I think I do need to go in collectibles. Collectible object. It was something loaded, right? Unloaded. I'm going to register these in here. Get rid of item generic. Grimoire. Here we go. So we're going to do an override. In here, I will do base dot on loaded API. Cut, paste, cut, paste. Shutdown, paste, paste. I'll have this be 1, 2, and 3. So I want to see what it thinks the first code part is. I want to do this dot last code part. And I want to see what it comes up with doing this dot variant. And I want to look at type. So one of these three, I want one of these three to call back something I can parse out with the name of the spell. Because if I can get that name, I could do a full directory lookup of that name and get all the things that I have pre-programmed for the spell. That way I'm not duplicating things. Like, everything's going to just be pulling from that same spell file. So if I change something in that, it's going to propagate to everywhere. Oh, he's so efficient. Boop. Well, it didn't, oh, summon arrow, look at it! It was getting things correctly! Oh, ho, ho. But it looks like it was upset. The given key summon arrow was not present in the dictionary. That's right, because I got rid of that spell. Alright, I need to go through like root and slow. Those do not exist right now. Alteration spells. I think all the alteration spells are fine. You know, I think I got rid of water walking. You know, I'm gonna look at the registered spells here. You know what I should do? I need to make this a little more robust before I start cleaning things up. Let's do something that says if... We'll do a safety check. I'm doing a safety check like this in my GUIs, so I'm not going to reinvent the wheel here. I'm going to go to Spellbook. See if this acquired equals, so if this dictionary contains the key, that's what I'm looking for. Because I want to make sure, in case I do miss something in the Grimoire, I want to be able to parse things out. You know, I don't want to crash because I forgot to like delete something that I didn't think was important at the time. Know what I mean? So like, let's get this out. So let's do a check. If this key, if this spell name is actually a registered spell, Then we can go into here. If not, then I should zero everything out. I should initialize this stuff up here, but just like zero it out. That way, just in case I'm not going to be getting nulls for these values, it will at least be 0. So if I see a spell book and it has everything zeroed out, I know that there's no spell that's registered or spell that's been attached to it. Bum, 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 boo, 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 boo. Man, it's already 10:30. Where do my nights go, right? Bum, 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 bum. Hey, it did it successfully, so hooray, right? Let's grab one of these books, hover over. Okay, so -12. So that is the mana cost for summon. What is this? I gotta do the tooltips for these. Let's do localized names, because like it's so big I can't read it. It's a liability. Here we go. There we go. What is the name of some of this nonsensical bullcrap? There we go. I'm kind of cheating a little bit. All right, so instead of spell icon, I think I'm gonna like copy a lot of this. Ugh. Not sure what I want to do with this. All right, let's start at the top here. I think I'm gonna give it a try. I'm gonna do the best I can. I'm gonna copy all this. We're gonna preserve it. I'm gonna paste all of this stuff in. So instead of item spellbook for all of this stuff, it should be item dash grimoire invocation. So I'm gonna have to break this up a little bit. Technically, I don't need any of those. I would just need the name of the book. So for this invocation, right, I would do the one, and then I could delete the others. There's not going to be a lot of these. So far, there are only two of these books. All right, that's fine. There'll be more when I make more projectiles. All right, so for alteration, right, alteration. I have all of these alteration skills. And again, I don't need all of the resist poison, fire, all the elemental stuff. I can delete those. Regenerate, I can just delete that out. I'm not going to have that. Heal, that whole healing mechanic is changed. There we go. So that's all of those names. Now the next thing is going to be enchantment. Grimoire enchantment. More enchantment spells. More enchantment. Here we go. And then the last thing up top is going to be conjuration. There we go. So I'm gonna save this. We're gonna fireball it in. Oh wait, I gotta restart because I can't just fireball. I hate that. I gotta fix that. So inconvenient. If anyone knows why I suddenly can't do it, I'd be happy to figure that out. I probably should go to the Discord forums. Someone's had to have brought this up. Like, hey, the new .NET 7 stuff, you know, like doing the hot reload isn't working anymore. Hey, look at that. Featherfall, Plunder. The no spells, I should probably just get rid of the no spells, huh? Because they're not really adding anything. I don't think I'm going to use them for anything, really. So no spell, no spell, no spell, and no spell. There we go. What is it not hot reloading? Well, it's not hot reloading any texture changes, any JSON changes. Sometimes it seems like it will hot reload like something from the GUI if it's like minor. But other than that, like it won't hot reload anything. All right, so that's no longer a Grimoire item. All right, summon gateway, fly. Let's. Oh wait, I got a book here. So summon gateway. Does it really cost 12 mana? Sounds like shenanigans. It may. I don't have the spell made, so I think 12 mana. Yeah, it really does cost 12 mana. So that's good. You can hot reload model files. Might not work with every block though. Well, yeah, they're always the dot reload shader dot, but I was able to, I want to reload code, you know? So like the JSON files, yeah, those are like the shapes, but I used to be able to come up here, right? And do hot reload, but that doesn't really work anymore. I'm gonna do a quick search. Quick search here. You know, I should probably look at VSWorks. I can do like net 7 hot reload. Nothing. What about just hot reload? Anything new? As an aside, that much is possible with hot reload for C# as well. Vintage story model template. What's included? Mod information. Hot reload. The mod is set up ready for hot reload from a moment your new mod is created and set as the startup project. You should be able to press F5 and launch directly into Vintage story. You should be able to see your new mod within the mod list. You should be able to use the .hello command. I have no idea what all that is. See, thank God for hot reload. All right, I'm gonna maybe just do a quick Google search here. Visual Studio Community hot reload. Not working. Unable to hot reload. Press the hot reload icon, then settings from the icon's context menu. All right, so settings. You're gonna do me like that? App needs to be started without debugging. Really? Let's do a hot reload? That doesn't sound right. I was always in debugging before. Solution for me, here we go. Oh, was that it? All right, let's try this. So I'm going to rebuild everything. We are going to start. It defeats the purpose of hot reloading? Not really. Hot reloading reloads everything, like all of your code changes, anything in the CS files. You're just talking about putting on new shapes. Like, that has nothing to do with like the JSON itself. That's just going to do the shape JSON files. You know, like I don't want to do all these dot commands for things. Now there's sometimes like dot reload shaders is really good. But you know, for instance, if I want to do this, right? Like I see everything here and I say, you know what? I don't want to see any of these show up in creative anymore. I should be able to go up to alteration grimoire. And I should be able to go into here and comment that out. Save, hot reload, and then when I restart the game, right? Then it should reflect those changes. I should not see anything in there anymore. It's not doing that with the new setup. It did it with the old. See, it still didn't do it. It kept everything. So it's not reparsing the JSON or anything. It's not applying my code. I'm not sure if I have to restart doing that. Let's go to Tools, Settings. Baby Options, here we go. I mean, if you can't run it in debug mode, well, I thought debug mode was that's just what I randomly read. I mean, I'll try and run it in release mode. I don't know what the difference is between them. So let's run the client on any CPU. It's perfectly fine. Take your pick. Dealer's choice. See, this person says enable hot reload and edit and continue when debugging. I don't understand. Maybe I could go back to the old version and kind of check it out, but I kind of want to see if this... look at that. What is all this? Stop debugging. So I want to keep it on debug. Enable hot reload when starting without debugging. You would think you would need these. All right. I'm going to try to gracefully shut this down. We are going to go into the old environment, and I'll take a little sneak peek. Tools, options. Oh, God. Yeah, so hot reload, it looks like everything was there. Enable edit and continue and hot reload, that's in general. Preview features. So it seems like generally these things should be checked. All right, so let's close that out. Open this one up. Oh, all the windows popping up, of course. Reload, right? So that's fine. That's the same. All that's done, right? So it looks like it's the same. It's just not doing it. Da-da-dum, da-da-dum. I don't know. None of these people in here are helpful. I don't know. Maybe I'll have to see if Apache's free. That guy is like a wizard. He's a wizard. I mean, if you can't run, yeah, run in debug mode. I should be able to. All right, so this is the test, right? So everything's not there. And I want to modify this. I save it. Hot reload it. Right? Like, did that, hot reload. Hop back in. And then reload the world. Didn't do it. All right, I'm just gonna ignore it for now. Let's work this out a little bit. I need more tooltips in there to specify certain aspects of these spells. Was a wizard before Rustbound Magic, you know it. Wonder how he's doing. How that new job opportunity is, you know, like when he starts. Ba-dum-bum-bum-bum-bum-ba-dum-bum. So I could do something like this, mana cost. You copy that, paste, 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 paste. So I can do tier. This dot tier. So I could do the mana cost, cast time, I can do duration. Not durability, duration. Damage. And what was the other one? Effect modifier, that's what it was. Starting to get tired. His mind's slipping. Going mad with power. Let's see what this... Oh, I was going to say, yeah, see, something like this, I don't have to save because it's constantly refreshing. So I can at least see all this. So something like Corpse Swap, 12 mana, cast time is 8, duration 60, damage 0, effect modifier 10. Summon Corpse, Summon Light is only 4 mana, cast time is a second, duration 60. Damage, and then the effect modifier. Duplicate, 180 mana, tier 4 spell. Alright, so it looks like that's working. I do need to make this a little more robust with a couple if statements. So let's do safety checks for all this. If tier is greater than 0, we can cut this out and we can paste it up there. Cut this out, paste it here. So this would be if mana cost is greater than 0. Cut that out. So this would be cast time is greater than 0. Duration duration's greater than 0. And split shot V, thank you for the follow. I appreciate it. How you doing? Hope your night's going well. Damage. Why do I keep misspelling damage? I keep putting an N in there. Oh my god. Oh my god. Effect modifier. This should limit some of the stuff. So if we put this in, there we go. So some of the stuff that's zeroed out that the spell isn't using, it will hide itself. So we got our mana cost, our cast time, and that's it for summon bandage. Something like the Rust Orb, we have the damage modifier, cast time, and mana cost for tier 1. Now I should maybe make this even more robust. I should maybe look at the player. Can I tap into the player holding it? No, I could tap into the item slot. Oh, that's unfortunate. Oh, you know what? I think I could tap into it via world. So I could say world.player. Maybe world.api. What is it? I mean, that would be going around in a circle there. How am I doing it? I'm gonna look it up because I'm starting to get tired. And when you get tired, you start making mistakes. Should be doing it right here. No, that's not it. Is self. I should be doing it with is self. This is it. So CAPI world player. Oh, so I have to cast it. I have to pull out CAPI. Which should be something that I do. Okay, so I think I know what I'm going to do. I'm going to create a new variable. Create a new variable up here. It's going to be private iCore client API CAPI. So we're going to create this variable. Down here with onloaded, I'm going to say this dot CAPI equals, look at that, it knows what I want. API as iCore API client. Now I can just call this, right, CPI dot world dot player dot, and then from here, can I get watched attributes? Nope, but I can get world data. Dot entity player dot watched attributes. So that's how I would have to kind of look at everything. Yeah, see player, or maybe I could do player dot ID or dot entity. Maybe I could just hook into that. Hey Vice, I'm pretty new to PC gaming and have been diving into it for the past year. Your vintage story stream caught my eye. I'm super interested in modding. Do you have any tips for someone who's eager to learn how to mod games or even create completely original content? Keep up the awesome work. Well, thank you. Well, I would suggest if Vintage Story is the game that you're going to want to kind of start this exploration with, it would be a smart idea. Minecraft using Forge can be a little, because I create Forge mods as well. Well, I have. Java could be a little less forgiving. Null point exceptions will sink your battleship. This game is pretty easy to mod for. It's using C# as a background, so this would be a good start if you wanted to do something like that. I would suggest, I actually have well, I guess it's out of date now, but the Vintage Story stuff is pretty robust. You can go right to the website. Here, we'll create a new website or a new thing here. Right, so, this is the mod database. Right, so when you're on the main website for the game, if you go to Wiki, and then you can scroll all the way down here, there's a whole section on modding the game. This has a lot of good information. I would suggest clicking on setting up your development environment. And you can just follow the instructions here based on whatever your operating system is. Two things to keep, one thing to keep in mind here, there are two types of mods. There's going to be like, kind of like, what are they called? Yeah, one's just going to be like a JSON mod. And then there's one where it uses JSON files and CS files. If you're going to do complex things, I would recommend just biting the bullet and doing CS files. Like what you see here, this is doing a CS file. So JSON's kind of making the item, and I'm connecting this item to it, you know, to get more out of it. But that's what I would suggest you do. Yeah! Watched attributes. Yeah, see, I can get watched attributes from here. And that is entity player. There's no way I can pipe in what I want. Okay, I think what I'm gonna do is .get int. I'm gonna do RMR references .magic tier. I want to make sure this is even going to give me something that I would want to see. So I'm going to come down to here. Instead of a blank space, it's going to be a blank space plus a number. Nope. And it did not like it. No point exception! I got to restart. That's why. Because I created a variable outside of a method. And then I assigned it. Yeah, I got to restart the game. Of course it's going to be null. I don't know why I hit rebuild by accident. There we go. Took 2 more seconds than it needed. Yeah, and if you get things set up, split shot, I don't mind, like, if you want to send, like, a Discord or something, I don't mind giving you, like, general things to look at. I do have a YouTube video on setting up the environment. It is a little outdated because it's for the 4.6.1 version. And the game was recently updated to .NET 7, but again, all that stuff is documented on that wiki. But if you get that set up, like I could show you how to use like .NET Spy, so you can like look at game code. Because really, I mean, when you make content, it's about finding what gets you there most of the way and then putting your own tweaks on it. Let's pull out this spell. So it did it. It had the effect of 1 in there. Let me level up to the max level. Let's hover over this. See, now it's 4, so... Bum, 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 bum. I'm gonna have to migrate some code to change some of this information. Let's look at our static methods that we have in our helper. Where did I put them? I think I put them in system, didn't I? Yep. So I'm kind of doing some of this already. So calculate modified mana cost, and I'm getting the player doing that. So that would be the mana cost. And then, you know what? Let's get no armor bonuses for this. So in our grimoire, we're going to go down to mana cost. Instead of this mana cost, I'm going to pipe this in. Oh, I can't do this. I have to do RM helpers. And I'm going to have to get this, right? Yes. Oh, you know what? I can't do this because technically I have no spell. Yeah, I don't have a currently selected spell tool. So I will have to recreate these anyways. Now the question is, do I put these helpers in the grimoire? Yeah, I should just do this in the grimoire. Because this is going to be very specific logic to the grimoire. Awesome. Thanks for the tips. I'll have to check out your Minecraft mods as well. I didn't realize there was so much good information on the wiki. Sounds like Vintage Story is a good place to start this journey. It really is. The developer kind of came out and said, like, the game itself is a mod. So there are 3, like, mods in the game, right? You got your survival, your creative, and the essentials mods. And we're kind of making mods for the mods. But it's pretty fun. It's pretty easy. Like once you get started, yeah, it's definitely cool. What mod were you thinking of making? Now I'm getting excited. I'm getting curious. All right, so I don't need this to be a static anymore. I'm gonna come up here. I'm gonna say this. So we're going to calculate the mana cost. I got to think how I'm going to do this. Base spell. So I'm getting the dictionary. This dot variant type. So I'm going to parse this out and then get the adjusted mana cost. Aha. So I'm going to need to get this method out of here. Spell tier player. You know what? I think I could just hook into this. If I do RM helper. I hate when I fat finger. When as I start to get more tired, I seem to fat finger a lot more. So I can get the magic tier and the spell tier. I think this may work. I'm going to have to shut down. I'm going to have to bring it back up. So, because I think it would be cool, like, if we're both looking at one of the spell grimoires, if you're a tier 1, you should see it through the tier 1 lens. If I'm a tier 4, I should see it through the tier 4 lens with all the modifiers and everything on it. All right, let's check out a book. Mana cost, right? Oh, wait, I'm tier 1. I didn't save. Okay. So mana cost is 12. If I become a max tier mage, learn all the spells. All right, so hover over it now. So it did not do it. Interesting. Get spell mana cost. Mana cost, I'm calculating the modified mana cost based on the entity player. So I'm checking to see if you have the attribute. I'm getting the dictionary spell name. Getting the adjusted mana cost, so I'm taking the spell mana cost multiplied by the helper. Wait a minute. Spell tier. So I think it may be something in here. Let me put a logger in here. I think it may be the static method. This right here. I'm going to copy this out. And I'm going to put it into here. I'm going to get rid of the static of it. Which means I can make this, this. I'm going to get rid of that. Let's try this out. So I'm going to shut down one more time. We're going to rebuild. Oh, and an awesome thing too is that this game loads really fast. If you were modding for like Minecraft Forge, depending on like the mods you're also trying to load and everything, that crap can take like 5 to 10 minutes each time you want to like start up the game. It could be, see, like I'm already in, bam, and ready to go. All right, let's check out the fly book. So mana cost 200, tier 4, mana cost 200. Oh wait, that's not going to have any modifiers to it because it's already a max level spell. This one should though. And it does not. Interesting. It's just not calculating the mana cost correctly. Very interesting. All right, fine. I'll put loggers in. Dang nabbit. I was hoping this would just start working, but apparently I'm not that lucky. All right, so I'm just going to make this a 1 equals... And we are going to... I guess we'll look to see what it thinks the base mana cost is. And you know what? I'm not going to put anything else with it. I'll just do a copy and paste. And then I want to see what it thinks it's going to get for the adjusted spell power. And I'll have that at 2. Now the question is it going to... Yep. So I see 12 and 1. Oh, it's not getting my... Oh, I'm tier 1 again. Oh, I gotta gracefully shut down. Alright, so I'm technically tier 4 now. So it's saying it should... Oh, and it did it. It updated this time. Okay, so it is working. So mana cost is going to be 48. The cast time is going to be... Okay, so now I should probably have the baseline stats and then like a pipe and then what the new stats would be based on, you know, like the level up. So you could see the base tier and then you can see like what the tier is for you. So this mana cost equals, I'll do this dot mana cost plus pipe. I'm going to make a nested if statement for this. So I'm going to say... Okay, I'm going to say if the mana cost is greater than 0 and... I could say the tier is less than or greater... Yeah, less than or equal to... Because I want to get the player's tier. Right here. I should probably make a new line, line it up, paste that in. Right, so I can do this. All right, so if you're a tier 4, right, so technically this would fall into the same category. And I should do a greater than, not a greater or less than or equal to. So I got to get rid of the equals. So this will be just a straight shot. And then I can add mana cost equals, and then I'll put the base mana cost in. And then I'm going to put a pipe in, and then I'm going to get the new calculated mana cost. I will put it in... Guess I'll do like a brace here. We'll do plus this, and I'll kind of cap it off. Right? But if that isn't the case, like if the spell is the tier that you are at, and that it's still relevant, then we can do this. All right, let's give it a try. Fireball it in. Although I don't have to fireball because it's just going to load anyways. So surface ascent, right? So the base mana cost is going to be 12, but I see it at 48. So that is working. If I look at the fly spell, that's a tier 4 spell. That's the tier that I'm at. So that kind of system is working. So let's make it a little more robust. Let's copy this. Paste it in here. We are going to look at tier. And I can say tier. If the tier is greater than 0 and the tier is above this. Alright, so that was calculating the spell mana cost. What I could literally do here is just copy this. I don't even need to make a new method for it. I just like paste this as a direct reference in. Edit. Oh, what is it not like? There we go. Oh, that's not right. I think I need to do that. Which means this one would have to be like this. Because I want this all to be the same localized key. Alright, so if we take a look here, so tier 4 is going to be that tier 4. Oh, I got a duplicate here. Oh, there we go. So this is a tier 3 spell, but I see it as a tier 4 for stats. That's a tier 3. This is a tier 1, so I'm going to see everything because I'm a tier 4 mage. Alright, so it's getting a little better. A little better. So I just kind of do some copy and paste here. All right, so this one, instead of mana cost, we're going to look at cast times. This should still be tier. Copy that. Paste and paste. Cast time. Copy and paste. Now I'm going to have to pull out some of the other stuff, right? So this is going to be the spell mana cost with no armor bonus. I'm going to need spell duration. Going to need the spell damage, the spell effect, the cast time. So I'm going to need all of this. Let's move it into the Grimoire. Paste. I'm going to break this out so it's a little easier to see. Ah, there we go. No squinting. There we go. So again, right? So mana cost, this is going to be the cast time. I need to do a call to this. Get adjusted, player magic tier spell power. That should work. I can get rid of those. In here, I need to paste this. I need to get rid of these static references for everything. No statics! There we go. Copy. Paste. Paste. And paste. This, and this. So that should be everything I have to migrate over. So now for cast time, instead of mana cost, it would be cast time. For those bonuses, I could cancel this now. And it should be this. Mana cost, tier, cast time. I'm gonna copy this, paste. So this is all gonna be duration. Duration, boop, and boop. Boop. Whoops. Did not mean to do that. Right? Boop, and boop. Spell duration. And I'm going to copy... Well, let's get rid of that. If I can get this done, this is going to be the hardest thing that I run into. Get rid of damage. Instead of duration, bam, that's going to be damage. Oh, and I got to do one more for the effect modifier. All right. So we'll look at effect modifier. Boop. Boop. Paste and paste. Effect modifier. Effect modifier. Effect modifier. What is it called? Is it not effect modifier? Oh, I just call it effect. You know what? I'm going to call it effect modifier. There we go. Haha, I haven't brainstormed much for specific mod ideas, although I do think it would be cool to add in a quest system, NPC groups, tribes, tribe settlements, and maybe some unique NPCs. I feel like I have a lot to learn before I could really do the complex mod that I'm thinking of. Well, it's true. What you could do is I would suggest going to the mod database. So if I do that, you can go to all mods, and you can do some searches, right, to see like what people have kind of put out there. So like, I would look at like tribe, So we got like ancient tools, like that's probably not it. You could do quest. VS Quest sample. Oh yeah, there is VS Quest. A small framework for adding quests into the game. This mod on its own does nothing, but you can use it to add your own quests. Take a look here for a small guide. Right, so yeah, it looks like you have IDs like per player, block objectives and stuff. Yeah, so, but you know, that's the thing. Like, you could still make a mod for this mod and come up with your own quests, right? Think it's modular enough to let you add quests on your own without coding? Yeah. So this may get you ready for like JSON files, right? So you could see like this example. You'd be able to download this example of like a quest, and then kind of take a look at it, right? Because they're going to be two parts. You're going to have to get used to the JSON aspect of this, and then you know you can hop over to like doing codes. So, like stuff like this. Yeah. Boop. So I'm going to get rid of this because I don't need that anymore. This should dynamically change the way I look at things. So I can have the tone. This right here, this tooltip, based on the path. I'm gonna do this. I'm gonna create a language file for that. Let's get rid of references. Where'd all my spell books go? Oh wait, this would be under tooltips anyways. So I want to do it before the spells. So I'll copy this, paste it in here. Boop. There we go. So this is going to be called Rustbound Magic. Tooltip-item-grimoire enchantment. And then what information do I want to see here? I can say, I guess I don't need anything there. I really don't need it. I don't need a key. I don't need to say anything else. I'm just gonna fireball this in. We are gonna go back to the grimoire. I'm going to comment out this line because I don't think I need it yet. So you're gonna look at a spellbook, growth. It's gonna have the tier. I think I could even put in colors, right? Sweet, a mod that makes it easier to mod. Yeah, rock on. Those are the best mods. So now I can kind of see the stats, right? Like all the basic things, and then through the tier 4 lens. Right? See, so Featherfall, originally the duration 60 seconds, but it's 240 seconds because of the mage that I currently am. And this doesn't have anything to do with the modifiers, like any kind of modifier that I would get for like my stats for equipment. So that would actually be lower if I had full equipment. The cast time would be lower. The mana cost would be lower, probably by half. So yeah, I think this is enough information. Should I put flavor text up top? I should probably have flavor text in there, huh? Fine, let's go back to the flavor text. There, I'll just do grimoire. This will be my key. Let's do flavor text. Flavor text. Yum yum. Bam. All right, what should I make this thing say? It should be blue. Yeah, something like this. I want some lasagna, thinking of flavor. Grimoire. Grimoire that holds knowledge. About a spell? Grimoire that holds detailed information about a spell. I don't like that, but I think it's okay for now. Let's put a spacer in here. And then I can jump to tier and everything else. Hooray! Fireball! See, Fireball's not going to really work. What if I reload? I don't think it's going to reload the localization key. Because my stuff's broke. It's getting dark. My light orb over there is lighting up this area pretty well. Alright, let's look at this. Yeah, see, it didn't do it. Of course not. We gotta log out. I have to come back to the top. We have to rebuild. Boop. I'm surprised you're still up, Oats. Wait, you know what? Isn't it like earlier for you or something? I know our times are completely different. It's either really, really, really late for you or kind of early. I think it's really, 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 really late, right? A grimoire that holds detailed information about a spell. I hate that, but I'm going to keep it in there. But that's our spell right there. Technically, our spell would look like this. Without all that extra stuff. So we got the tier, we got the mana cost, the cast time. Oh, effect modifier. I need to change that. I live up. Oh, you give up? It's 4:30 a.m. Oh my god, you're gonna be slugging it tomorrow. Ooh. Man. That yeah, I'm like, it's one or the other. The fact that you're still up, like, I know it's getting late for me. My eyes are starting to get tired. Sweet. So we got all of this. Not too shabby. Time set day. Let me put this book back away. Boop. Sleep is for the weak, you know it. Sleep when you're dead. Gonna stay up every night. Okay, let's entity behavior knowledge. I can close that out. I think for now I can close this out as well. I'm gonna have to do more to this because I'm gonna have to add checks. I'm gonna have to make a couple variables where I write attributes. I'm gonna have to find a way to write attributes onto these to change some of those baseline stats, and then find a way to check to see if it has one of the new attributes to override whatever the defaults are. So these are all the defaults right now. Middle of the road, right? So if you end up getting Tinkerer, you know, the spell Tinkerer, maybe you'll get the version where like the mana cost maybe only 10, but maybe the duration's low. Instead of 60, maybe it's only 50 seconds or 45 seconds. You know, maybe the cast time, you know what I mean? Like maybe the cast time's also bad. So really the only beneficial thing about this is the fact that you could get it for a reduced mana cost, but it has reduced time. Do 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 do. Bum ba dum bum ba bum. All right, let's close out of the grimoire. Let's close out of that. What I'm gonna do quickly is we're gonna make a new block. It's gonna be a station. We are gonna copy the what are we going to copy? Maybe the Oculus? Maybe we will copy the Oculus block. And I'm going to call this the Sanctum. The Oculus will be Sanctum. Block Station Sanctum. And Block Entity Station Sanctum. Variant groups. So the Sanctum, I guess. I think I'm going to keep everything here. I want it to be animatable. The behaviors, I think, are fine. Behavior transmutable is what I want. This will be Sanctum. I will do Sanctum here. The North versions of everything. For the shapes, this will look like the Oculus at first, so I'm going to leave all of that stuff the same. You're going to have to hold it with both hands. Okay, so everything else is going to be the same. I need to create 2 more files. So if I'm using the Oculus as a base, I'm going to have to make a GUI for the Sanctum. Copy that. Which means I'm going to have to paste this in here and paste that. Staying up all night? Yes, the Nocturnal Olympics, where the events include 3 a.m. deep thoughts, snackathon. Man, I wish I had a snackathon. I don't have any food around me. And that's what's going to make me fail, right? And the fan favorite, regretting life choices at sunrise. Team no sleep. Yes. It's almost like you've done this before. Okay, so there's the Sanctum. We need to create the physical block for it. This will be Sanctum. Let's hop into the Sanctum. Paste, paste, and paste, right? That should be good. Yep. And let's make the block entity. Sanctum. Too bad there's not a 24/7 barbecue place. I could go for some barbecue. Let's go a little further down. Let's make that Sanctum. And Sanctum. All right, so for the most part, I may have missed a couple of things, but I don't think I missed much. Yeah, see, anything that says like Oculus here, I probably just want to replace all Oculuses with Sanctums. Item slot Sanctum. Yeah, maybe I shouldn't have done that. You know what? I kind of need to make my own item slots anyways, so I'm fine with that. Oh no, it did so much more than I wanted it to do. I wanted case sensitivity. There we go. 50, that's better. That's better. Let's go into the Sanctum here. See, yeah, anything that says Oculus. Let's do a keyword search. Yeah, so there were 30 bits there. Let's save that. Let's go into here. Again, anything that is Oculus. So there's nothing there. What about in here? Yeah, that would have caused a crash. Only 2 occurrences. Perfect. A Sanctum is a room. Hexadin, you're the one that gave me this name. All right? I knew I should have looked it up. You screwed me, Hexadin! You screwed me! How could you? How could you do this to me? All right, now I gotta register the block. I trusted you, and this is what I get. Sanctum. So what should this block be called? I'm not gonna make like a requirement for a room. That's so much extra stuff for what, right? Like a multi-block structure, that's not what the Sanctum's gonna be. Not in the beginning anyways. Like maybe I can have it to where like some of the bookcases, like your Sanctum can like see bookcases that are close by, and then maybe pull from those bookcases for like an expansion kind of system. But right in the beginning, nah. It's kind of annoying dealing with like rooms and like making your own rooms. I don't know if you've done it before, but I have. I did it with my machines mod for the charger. When you stop the machine, it creates a room around that machine, and then it looks to see if that mechanical block is close by. And if it is, and then it's booking out mechanical energy, then it can recharge your machines like a charging pad. But I use like the rooms for it, and it's kind of annoying to deal with those rooms. Oh yeah, I gotta make some fuel. Yay, fuel! Or not fuel, item slots. That's what it is. Item slots. Oculus. Of course I had to make a bunch of things for the Oculus, huh? Paste. Copy, paste. Oops. Copy, paste. Come on, man. Copy, paste. There we go. Copy, paste. And the output, copy, paste. There. Now for each one of these, Sanctum, let's get rid of this. Boop. And for this, man, the font's so small. Here we go. This input, would be sanctum, input 2, delete. And this is the output. Sanctum, output, delete. All right, we have to go into each one of these, and I'm just going to do a search and replace. I think there's only 2 things that it needs to replace. Yep. So I'm going to have to do that for each one of these. So I could probably just do paste and paste. This would be, whoops, nope, there we go, paste and paste. So when I'm done with these few things, I'm going to have to register like one more thing, I believe. But I should have a sanctum block with a whole bunch of logic that I can just start ripping into. Let's go back down to here. I'm going to pop this bad boy right out so we can take a look at it. I have to register the GUI down here. Wait. I think it's further down, isn't it? I thought I had to register it. Oculus. Oh, I guess not. Sweet. Close that out. So I'm going to come back up to the top. We're going to go into the sanctum. Yep, and I changed out all the blocks here already. All right, let's fireball, or let's build all of this. I'm gonna head out. Have a good night, Vice. Have a good night, Oats. Yeah, I'm just about on my way out, too. I got 20 more minutes, and then I'm out. Or, I don't know, maybe less than that. We'll see. I'll drink some more of this. We'll see if I could buy myself 20 minutes. You know, the sad part is, this is a Sprite Zero. So not only does it have no sugar, but it's Sprite, so it has no caffeine. All right, so let's pull out our sanctum block. It's going to look like, yep, so this would be it, the sanctum. I use the same model as the Oculus. So I should be able to pull out a sanctum, place it, /time set day. I should be able to open it up. So it pulls this up, which, again, it's going to say the Oculus, it's going to say everything, but this is really the sanctum. And I should be able to transmutate this into a sanctum block with a staff. So let's get transmutation, cast the spell. I need to add the entry to transmutation. Let's do that fast, because I do want you to use transmutation to make this whole. To make it whole. All right, let's go into innate spells, transmutation. Let's just pop this right out. This is going to be a beast. It's a beast. All right, so I can copy this, paste. I'm going to look at Sanctum, Burned, Sanctum Tier 1 side. There we go. So that should work now. Of course, because my stuff's temporarily broken. Maybe that's what I'll do. I'll leave probably in a few minutes, and then I'm going to research to see why I can't just hot reload anymore. But I want to make sure that I can at least cast transmutation, because all the pieces will be connected. This thing will have a GUI, of course. I didn't gracefully shut down to save it. I just brute forced it. /time set day. Boop. Get my spell. Bam. Yep, turned it into a sanctum. It cost me 3 mana points to do that. Sprite zeroing, putting out the I need sleep fire. Yeah, it's not. And you know the saddest part of all this? It's been sitting so long that it was flat. But I still drank it. I'm really digging this new spell system. This is gonna be really freaking cool. I'm a mage. All your spells on bookshelves. You could have a library, a wizard library, and it would be more than just, oh, this is just a random thing. You could be like, yeah, look at all my spell books, baby. I've been refining some of these bad boys. I'm a gravity mage. Definitely cool. All right. I think with that, I wonder if anyone's streaming this game. Oh, let me make sure that no one has sent me a message here. Serious Creeper! Wow, I was just about to find someone to raid. Welcome in, everyone! / shout out. We came along. I bet you were playing, here we go. That would have been funny if I was like a minute or two like quicker. We may have like raided each other. It would have been like 2 boats crossing at sea. Software and game development. So what were you working on? I agree, this is gonna be super cool. Yeah, I'm really digging this new thing. The Serious Raid. Welcome in, everyone. Welcome, welcome, welcome. Hope everyone's doing well. I'm doing pretty well. I'm tired. My eyes hurt a little bit, but I'm doing pretty well. I was working on a new stream overlay, and I'm making in Unity. Oh, that you're making in Unity to be more interactive. Ah, man, I wish I would have caught that stream. That sounds cool. Oh, that sounds really cool. Are you going to be live stream? Well, shoot, I'm going to the state fair tomorrow. I'll have to check that out. I need something to up my stream game. Get some nice graphics. It'd be cool to like figure out how to do that. So I am working on a new kind of spell system. Yeah, I just started to get back into some game dev streams once in a while. Haven't done it in so long. Yeah, I've been working on my magic mod here. And what I'm doing is I reconsidered what it meant to be a magic mod in a game like Vintage Story or Minecraft. And I can go the same route as everyone else, right? Like, I have my old spell system in here. You make your spell book. You'll learn spells, right? So these spells just kind of attach themselves to you. There's no room for real improvement, right? I can pull up my spell book and I can look at all my little icons and everything and kind of, like, memorize my spells. But something like this is definitely more favorable for, you know, boop, right? So, like, you know, that's like summon light spell. Something like that is more favorable to like an MMO style game, or, you know, like something where you are your own rock. You can't really interact with the world. You just exist in it. So therefore, all of your spell knowledge just gets virtualized and attached to your character. But in a game like Vintage Story, that's a missed opportunity, because this is a game that, you know, depending on your resources, your items, your blocks, what you harvest in the world, kind of gets you a little, you know, a little further, right? So instead of having spells be what they are currently, just attached to you, spells are going to be spell books. So this right here, like, you know, this is Surface Ascent, you know, so it's a tier 1 spell, but I'm a tier 4 mage, so I can see all the modifiers. But you'll be able to kind of check things out of your virtual library, and you'll have multiple versions of Surface Ascent. Like, and there's going to be some RNG, so maybe you do research, and instead of like a mana cost of 12, which is the base, you find a better version of it where the mana cost may be only 8 or 9 mana. You know what I mean? But maybe, you know, the effect modifier is horrible on it. Or maybe you luck out and you get something that has low mana cost, quick cast time, and, like, you know, something with, like, a bonus to damage, right? If it's, like, the projectile or something. But, you know, I'm trying to pick and choose, right? Make, like, a new system that makes it to where, like, I can... Because I wanted, like, a magic circle that allows you to... Are those functional spellbook shelves? Yeah. Yep. Well, I mean, you can store your spellbooks right now on this, but yes. Yes. So that's what we've been working on. The first step is to materialize all of my spells and take an inventory of all of my spells. Because, you know, I have something like this, which, again, works for... And it works for this sense, too. But, you know, like Surface Ascent, I think it would be cool to, like, consume this book, right? To have it be part of me through a new block called my Sanctum, right? And then I could cast the spell, right? That would be like my memorization for slots. So I can do, you know, something like this, right? I'm in a cave, and then I can cast this spell, and then I will be, like, out of the cave. You know, it's like an escape. Boop. See? So I'm like, oh, you know, back to safety. But it would be cool to be able to modify that spell to potentially make it better, but I could also potentially ruin the spell book if I'm not careful. You know what I mean? Like, I want like a balancing act here. I want you to, you know, and I don't want you to just absorb all the spells onto your inventory, because when you die, there's a chance that you can lose some of your knowledge, right? Like, maybe I have, like, a durability system to where if you die, you know, it lowers the durability of, like, the spells that you carry with you in your knowledge base. So, and then eventually these spells could, like, break. Unless you put them in, like, a scribe table and throw some materials into them to, like, fortify them or something. Is the rope from Pokemon? Rope? Do you see rope? I don't see any rope. This grass has been bothering me, so I'm just gonna do a little mowing here. There we go. I can see and these are gravity crystals right now. And I've designed the mod too to where if you other people are making mods, right? Like there's the fantasy creatures mod. The dragon, if creatures are set up to do certain types of in-game elemental damage, my spells will work with it. So, like, for instance, there's, like, the big dragon, and it has the fire breath. As long as that fire breath has been programmed to do fire damage in this game, my spells will... I have, like, a resist fire spell that I'm adding that will negate that damage so you don't take full damage. So there'll be some interplay with other mods. Like, for instance, if you have, like, if someone has, like, a weapons mod, or someone makes an enchanting mod that enchants your weapon with, like, electricity, then, you know, you will be able to get an edge up on, you know, what is it, gravity. You know, gravity elementals that I add in the game from someone else's weapons and someone else's mod. Would you be able to materialize the spell back into your book in your Sanctum? Yeah. So the idea is it's kind of like a library system, checking spells in and out. So you would have, like, your Sanctum block, right? And then I say I want to learn Surface Ascent. I would take it out, right? I would open it up. I would put the book in, and then I would memorize it to, like, myself, right? Now I have that version of that spell with all of the attributes, you know? So now I could find it in here, right? I would see, like, Surface Ascent, and I could cast it. But, you know, again, right? Like, I would have so many slots, and there would be a penalty if I were to die with this knowledge in hand, right? But let's say I'm like, okay, I'm back home, that was great. I can unlearn the spell, right? Put it back on my spell book. That way, if I die or if I want to do something else, I'm not going to be penalized for it. And then what I could also do is like I could maybe run this through whatever refining process I pick to maybe try to reduce the mana cost or reduce the cast time or make it more effective. And then if I want, I could give this to another person because I may have a couple Surface Ascent spells because maybe it's a more common spell, you know, that comes about when you're researching. You know, but then maybe I get like the mythical fly spell, the tier 4 fly spell, you know? So that would be like a rare spawn. But I would have to be a tier 4 mage to be able to even interact with it in the Sanctum. Like, I wouldn't be able to put it in the Sanctum and learn it because, you know, my tier wouldn't be high enough. And I would want to watch out. I would put something in to watch out. Like, if you're not a tier 4 mage, like if I'm tier 1, and I try and make a tier 4 scroll or something, because I want you to be able to take these books and then through a fun little mini game, be able to make like a reusable thing. So something that you can, like a scroll, like a Vellum scroll or something, where it has that spell imprinted on it and the mana cost and everything's already been calculated. And then you could give that, like I can RP as a mage in my shop, and I can have, yeah, you know, I have fly spells, right? Fly, whatever, you know, and I'm selling them for however many gears or however you want to do the bartering. And then someone who doesn't even have mana unlocked could just do like a right-click cast and then get like the fly spell. You know, based on whatever stats you put into it. Based on how good of a mage you are. Gonna lurk for a bit? Alright. So that's what we've been working on. We did the first step, which is, of course, break everything out into their individual spellbooks. So that's been good. Rust Orb. And I color-coded the books, too. So there are... Whoops. Time, set, day... So there are 4 schools of magic. There's red books, which are going to be invocation, and those are going to be your projectiles, anything that damages or has a negative effect to an NPC. And then you're going to have your blue books, which are alteration spells, which are going to be like buffs, slow fall, you know, anything that's going to like heal or buff your internal stats. There is purple, which is enchantment, which is going to be like the things like like the escape rope in Pokemon caves, which is pretty much what Surface Ascent is. It gets you out of a cave at a pretty big mana cost, you know, but like fly would be an enchantment, you know, things like that. And then you have green, which are going to be conjuration spells, which will spawn limited time items, or like this one right here would be the Summon Gateway spell. Which would spawn a rift-looking portal that other people could walk into to teleport back to their bound location. And then on top of that, right, because I have my element system, so it is going to get a little complex, but I think it gives people more flexibility. Because there are some spells that you'll be able to cast that you could have an offhand focus. So, for instance, I have the gravity focus right now. So if I cast Rust Orb, it actually turns into Gravity Orb. So when it hits the target, it's going to do 6 gravity damage to them. And if it's an NPC or someone who is weak against gravity damage, then I could have it to where it inflicts more than just the 6 damage. But, you know, if I cast this spell, it's going to look like a little black hole. There we go, I'll do it right here. See? So that is the gravity spell, but that spell changed because of the focus in my offhand. If I wanted to be a fire mage, I could get like a fire focus right here. And then again, if someone has a mod, like, I mean, that goblin, you know, like the goblin mod, or not goblin mod, but the fantasy creatures mod has goblins. Goblins, you know, are usually weak against fire. So shooting a fireball at them, you know, if that person who makes that mod wants to do that, you know, kind of weakness built in, you could with my mod do more damage to those goblins by shooting them with fireballs. But yeah, some spells are going to be like modifiable, like you could change the elemental property. So I'm making it more robust. That focus idea is super cool. I might do something similar to my Minecraft mod. Yeah, it definitely is pretty cool, because like this is the regular spell. It's just like a rust orb. Right now, cast times are pretty big because I'm a tier 4 mage and I have no mage armor on. Right, so it's just it's a rift that I have circling. But, you know, it affects some of my other spells. Like, I have a bigger version of those spells. I also have a Summon Light spell, which shoots a projectile, and it's what that is. Since I had the gravity on, it's making gravity lights right now. But if I do that, right, if I want to make a fire, I can. There we go. So that would be my fire orb. And if I do make it nighttime, they actually give off the colors of what their element is. So you're going to get kind of like that dark purple. For fire, you're going to get the nice red orb. This is the regular rust. It's a little dimmer, but yeah. If I want to be like a frost element, which I think the frost looks pretty cool. So I'll do it right here. Boop. So you'll get that nice frosty light. So yeah, it's been fun. It's been fun making this mod. But I think this, having like physical items in the world, this opens up a lot of things. I can have reagents now that actually make sense to like make this stuff. You know, I can have it to where you could scrap books that you come across that are just garbage. Maybe I make it to where like the vendors, right? Maybe the treasure hunters, the NPCs in the game have a chance of having one of these spells in there too for a certain amount of gears. And maybe they would have like a really good version of like one of these spells. So yeah, that's the idea. Time, set, day. But I've live streamed a lot today. I am pretty tired. My eyes are starting to hurt. So I think we are going to find someone to raid. Boop. Wait, let's make sure no one found any issues with the mod. We're good to go. All right, let's pull up Twitch. Thanks for the summary. My pleasure. My pleasure. Twitch, it's crazy. I pull it up, and there's this lady with clearly like Mario stuff. Like it's like a hoarder's nest full of nerdy things, and it looks like she's got like a Pokemon Red kind of game, just like stuck on her forehead. I don't know why. The whole thing is weird. It's all weird. Let's look at Vintage Story. Who is streaming at this time of night? Who else is crazy? Anyone got any suggestions? Grinding for bronze. What is this? Relaxing stream currently BRB. Relaxing with some Vintage Story. You know what? I'm gonna raid this person. That's super cool. Thanks for showing it. Yeah. And if anyone has any suggestions, like honestly, this whole system came about because a friend of mine, Oates, right? I'm sitting there talking with him, and he's like, you know, he played this game one time where I think it was like a civilization kind of game, but he was talking about how like, you know, your knowledge, you know, was all like within whatever the tile is, but it was like physically in the world, and then by damaging it and stuff, like, you know, you would lose that knowledge. And I'm like, oh man, you know, like I always like the idea of having each book, like each spell be its own like grimoire, tome, you know, spell book, whatever I call it. And then just from like, you know, brainstorming with them, like this idea came about. So if anyone has any suggestions, I'm all for it. I mean, I named my block Sanctum because Hexadin's like, hey, it should be called Sanctum. And now he's like, Sanctum's a room. But I may keep it as Sanctum. Never know. Yeah, suggestions, hit me up on Discord. All right, we are going to do exclamation raid. We're going to do /raid. There we go. Wait a minute. Did I mess it up? No, I didn't. Okay. Copy it. All right, everyone. Thank you for stopping by. I'm not sure if I'm going to have time tomorrow to live stream. If I do, it's going to be later in the evening for me, because I'm going to the state fair tomorrow. They got a seal show that I'm looking forward to. I kind of want to see it. Hopefully nothing else breaks in this mod. I've fixed a lot of bugs, and it seems like it's pretty stable right now, which is awesome. Feels good. I've been streaming for 4 hours 30 minutes. Holy mackerel. Oh my god. That is something else. So that being said, thank you again. Hope everyone has a wonderful evening. If you're up late, I would suggest people get sleep, but at the same time, I understand the whole sleep when you're dead thing, so just calibrate. Just calibrate. But thank you. Have a wonderful evening, everyone. Good night.